Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, July the 1st. Happy Canada Day to everybody who's a Canadian. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. First, going to do a quick sound check, please. So you guys can hear me. All right, excellent. Yeah, we got some interesting stuff happening today. We're already this morning. Yeah, the PFE. Just a really big pop here, and this is to do with BNTX, which I believe is still halted. BNTX is still halted on news, and I guess the news is leaked or the news is known now. They have a collaboration with PFE on their drug. I guess it's it's a corona drug. Okay, so we'll have to wait to see what happens when BTNX opens, but PFE is just ripping. You know, the big $5.5 billion or 5.5 billion share float. Look at this rip for PFE. And the airlines and cruisers. I mean, the only news I really saw, I saw that United Airlines added nearly 25,000 flights in August. So, I don't know, I guess people are warming up to the idea of traveling again. So, that is UAL, and of course it's dragging the rest of the airlines with it. And let's take a look at jets. Here's the ETF. This is the ETF for the airline industry. So this is, want to participate in the overall. This is the ETF for the airline industry. And the cruisers are also NCLH. Cruisers are also popping up on that news. But there are other things happening. QLGN, big move for QLGN this morning. And it's a virus play. Look at this. It was at $4. No inkling whatsoever. I mean, look how flatline that is on the 15-minute chart yesterday afternoon. And it was up almost 50%. Huge volume, 5 million shares. It's a low float, 8 million in the float. So I'm just going to kind of skim over some of the other ones that are actually Macy's is an earnings play. Macy's is an earnings play, mildly positive. There's Macy's. Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY on the move here. WKHS. Well, the airlines are just look at the in the gap up. JetBlue, Love, UAL, Delta, American. They're all gapping up. The WKHS is sliding again. I mean, it hit 20 yesterday, but it fell all the way back down to 17. Just below. It's almost at the low of yesterday. A little bit more to go. Yeah, I see Capri is an earnings play. Very few earnings plays. Capri, CPRI. Not very, actually good volume. MYOS is up. This is some kind of merger news. I don't know if it's going to really do anything now, but MYOS is up huge, 157. Look at the volume. 5.9 million shares. Almost traded the float in the pre-market. I don't normally do this, but I'm just going to show you one that is under $1. Starting to fade a little bit now. Huge volume. It was up quite a, well, it's still up 37%. NMTR. Don't normally look at anything under $1, but this did catch my eye because of the volume. Yeah, I know it's just getting annihilated here. Down another 13%. Below, it's just below yesterday's low now. SWBI, Smith & Wesson, continues its move up. It's had a huge move ever since it changed symbol name. ATHE. This was one from yesterday. I think it is, yeah, it is still up. 27, yeah, look at the volume too. 2 million shares. ATHE, 14 million in the float. So again, this, it got up to $1.63, but it sold all the way off down to just above $1, down to $1.18. It has popped back up again. So it's a pretty frisky one. ZYNE. All Z's will be Zs today because of Canada Day. ZYNE trying to come back. Let's see, the high yesterday was just over 4. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Julie? Okay, thank you. Another one that has been just moving down steadily over the last few days is TA, and now this is below what could have been some support for Travel Centers of America. You would think the next area of support could be around 1340. MRNS is up on, the only news I could really see, Wainwright is, an analyst is giving them an upgrade. AKRO was up big also, up 40%. Look at this one, a little more expensive bio. AKRO up huge after hours. Positive phase 2A data. I mean, look at this gap, guys. Look at that. It's an all-time high now. I mean, it's taken all this out. Yeah, I see Beyond Meat, it's up. I didn't realize that one of the reasons it was down is that McDonald's in Canada decided to stop that, I guess, the experiment or whatever of Beyond Meat at certain McDonald's stores in Canada. So I guess that's stopped. But now they're teaming up with, is it or something to do with China? So, yeah, look at this. Was it Alibaba? Okay, thank you. And let's see, did I miss anything on my list? So Macy's could be interesting, especially if the market's going to be doing something like this today. Macy's could be interesting. It's an earnings play. The release pre-market, muted reaction so far. I mean, really nothing has happened. See, you guys see that move after hours with Pola? Look at that move with Pola. That was an earnings play from yesterday. Look at the move after hours. Now it's faded. It's faded quite a bit, but remember where it came from yesterday. Yeah, gold has been unbelievable. It's $1,800 now. You do actually have one gold. Let's see, one little gold play that showed up on the gaps. HMY, Harmony Gold, big float. Excuse me, $500,000 in the float. $500 million, sorry, $500 million in the float. All right, let's take a check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. OPK, that's the other one. I have this on the list too. OPK, yes, OPK continuation now. I mean, this is a big area for it to have taken out if it can take it out. 393, you can see right there on that monthly chart. A couple of topping tails. And this one right there takes out 4 guys, and it has some room all the way to 6. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you can see that if it can take out 4, in fact, that's what I am going to do. Just stick an alert around 404. It's a tremendous volume already. It's a big float, 400 million in the float. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades there are this morning from the analysts. And there's a few upgrades, few downgrades. Get some of them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. OPTN is... Opti knows OPTN is still kicking here. This was one from yesterday also. All right, guys, those are the upgrades. Those are the downgrades. You're talking Pfizer at PFE? Okay, yeah, so it's PFE and BNTX. I don't think BNTX is open yet. BNTX is still halted. That was the news, got halted on the news, and the news is clear sailing with PFE. Well, PFE and BNTX are collaborating, obviously on a virus drug. One second, please. Just one moment, please, guys. So look at this QLGN. This is not over. My gosh, this is not over. This is a low float situation, 8 million in the float. I'm sure this is just a bunch of nonsense, bunch of hype, but you know what? It's a COVID play, and that's all there is to it. Well, I don't know if there's any specific news on CCL. I think it's just being dragged along with the rest of the, call it the industry, you know, with the airlines and the cruisers, just UAL. I mean, if you look at the news, they say they added 25,000 flights in August. So, I mean, those are the flights booked ahead. So I think this is just sort of injecting some optimism in the overall industry, both the cruisers and, of course, the airlines. Yeah, look at Optinose. Wow, this is just absolutely rippage. This, I think this was, no, it wasn't. Actually, this was dropping yesterday afternoon. This is after hours, and now, but there's some major rippage here. But it did get up, I remember this now, this got up to $10 and it closed. And that's a big, big drop. That's a 25% drop. Can you place pre-market trades with broker? Yes, you can. You have to go in at limit orders, though. Limit orders, not market orders, okay? You have to pick a price. You can't go in at market. You know, guys, here's Plug again. Now, look at Plug. Plug is above the highs of yesterday and the day before. Now, what are the other ones? And what is Ballard doing? Is it following suit? A little bit too. Look at Ballard, Plug. How about Fuel Cell? I'm sure they do, Jason. Are you 100% sure? I used to have Questrade. Are you sure it's not just, you just have to, it's just an option? I may be wrong, but I could have sworn they did. I think it's just an option. A second here, guys, as I pour the last bit of my coffee. Well, we start getting our data at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Oh, really? Oh, maybe it's okay at 5:30. So it's not. So it's 7:30. Or is that 8:30? I'm sorry. What time is that? 5:30. What time zone? Calgary time. Look at QLGN. Holy smokes! This is not. I looked at this, you know, when I got up this morning and I saw this little gap. I thought, okay, read the news. Okay, virus play. Just did not want to pull the trigger. The other one I almost pulled the trigger on was a short of Eno. I'm gonna beat myself up because there's probably no way to get it once the market opens. I believe it's 7 Eastern time. I just like to say 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 p.m. at night. Okay, Eastern time for our data. Okay, what time is it now? 9:26. I think I'll shut these two down. Anything creeping in here? Yeah, look at Capri, up, down. I'm going to keep half an eye on WWR, guys. WWR had a nice, at the end of the day, this was in the basic new highs at the end of the day, had a nice little pop. Kind of held or after hours, kind of holding in the pre-market. Just down, it's only down a nickel, not a little bit of volume. It's a very low float. Obviously, the attraction to this is if it can take out the high of yesterday. I'm going to stick an alert around 275, though I really want to see a 3 break also. But if it can do that, and it has a ton of room, and if you want, I don't have very many stocks that made it into the watch list overnight, to be honest. But if you're going to watch my watch list up and down, and the repeating, or click on from the toolbar, click on new channel bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, I know I have to say this every single time, but everything in the channel bar is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. All the other windows that I'm sharing can be accessed either from here, the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download, go to a Word document, then you can copy and paste the link and then load it from our toolbar, file load from cloud, or you can see what they all are right now. Clicking on the scans tab within the trading room, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Of course, you have to be a member. And I'll keep this in simulation mode the whole day. This is Brokerage Plus window, loading new Brokerage Plus. Clicking on Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, paper trading. If you're new to trading, fantastic way to practice trading using our real-time data. All right, the market's going to open in less than a minute. So the market's closing Friday, so we have 2 days left this week. Keep an eye on WWR, guys. Well, Abe, we use this as a marketing tool, so it's free for everybody. It's really that simple. Well, I save. Of course, I've got all my layouts saved. Okay, guys, we're now open. So nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 9:45. Well, yeah, there's QLGN making a new high. It's actually a red bar ignored with the last 5-minute candle before the market opened. Okay, now this one just got halted on the way up, GNRC. It just got halted. And there goes QLGN, guys. That red bar ignored. Red bar ignored right there on that 5-minute chart. As you know, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, but so this one may just fly away from me. Yeah, super low float, 8 million in the float. Look at this. I mean, 11 million, so it's already traded the float over. I don't think I can't remember if I mentioned T2. T2 TTOO is a virus play. I don't think I mentioned this. Look at the after hours action yesterday for TTOO. Airlines are still soaring. Look, wow! Look at that move for American Airlines right there. Look at the volume that came in. All right, so INO's just had a nice little bounce here, guys. INO has had a pretty decent bounce. Okay, it looks like a no-go for WWR. That's a big, yeah. Look a little promising right there. I thought maybe, okay, if this continues and takes that out and then maybe takes a look at 3, but so far no go. Still have an alert set up here, so see what happens later on in the day. Look at the SPY. What a nice move for the SPY. That opening candle. Okay, I had an alert set for OPK just over 4. It's taken this area out right now. Let's see how well this holds. I don't like taking, trades in the first 15, but I may make an exception depending how well this holds over 4. It's just slightly below it now. You can see what I'm looking at. Looking left on that monthly chart, it has room to 6. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, QLGN is not shortable for me, so not that Interactive Brokers anyway. Man, look at American Airlines. Can I say it? Soaring here. Look at the volume that came in. How's the ATHE doing? Not badly. ATHE kind of holding. Keeping an eye on QLGN. Look at the volume. Oh man, for QLGN. Let's see if it reclaims 7. All right, so this is another one that could piggyback on the airlines and all. I mean, this is, entertainment industry, obviously. Dave and Buster's just gotten completely beaten up for a while. Trying to come back here. Trying to come back. All right, CUK. Of course, that's CCL, CUK. Take your pick. Boy, WKHS is still giving it up. I'm just waiting on QLGN to see if it takes back 7. Keep an eye on PLAY. I mean, it's got some room. The next high looking left on that daily charts are 1442. That's almost exactly where it got to. 1438 was the high. See how that stalled it right there on that daily candle? All right, QLGN attempting to get over 7 again. Again, guys, the first 15 minutes can be pretty whippy. Hopefully nobody chased that QLGN. There's a big topping tail for that now. Not shortable for me. SeaWorld. So SeaWorld's a lot like Play, guys. This one looks a little better than Play because it doesn't have the same sort of resistance. I mean, the next high looking left on the dailies are on 1730. Well, interesting. I mean, Travel Centers of America is not following suit with the rest of the that industry. I don't know, Chris. I don't. I don't. I'm very few trades at the same time, so it's easy enough for me to manage it. No, I don't, Chris. I manage the trades. I'm in very few trades at the same time, so I'm manually doing it. If I were in, 10 trades or even 5 trades at the same time, I would have to do something differently, but I'm just not. Well, guys, I mean, look at TA. I mean, it looks like there could be some support right around 1340-ish. Not that far away. Yeah, Fred, you were mentioning this one yesterday. I actually had an alert set, but I guess I should reset it. I think I deleted all my alerts. Just has to, obviously, the volume has to really, really pick up. Oh, well, this was shortable. Now it's shortable again. Look at Workhorse. Look at this WKHS. Meanwhile, American Airlines continues its move up after a little bit of a pullback. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is about, well, it's got room still, 1560 or so. Oh, I have no idea. I don't use TradingView. I have no idea. Yeah, the upgrades and downgrades are really nothing to do. I mean, it's almost entertainment purposes, okay? I mean, let's see what FMCI is doing. Sometimes it's just interesting to see what sort of stocks have had upgrades and downgrades. What happens is if I see a stock moving higher or moving lower, it might jog my memory and say, "Oh yeah, they had a downgrade or an upgrade." That's all. Those are from briefing.com. It's got nothing to do. My watch list is created the night before with a few ads on in the morning. All right, now has QLGN found a bit of a base here after that first 15 minutes? There's that big candle down here. I mean, that's a severe, I mean, that was all a 750 all the way down to 6. That's a huge drop percentage-wise. The emphasis is on occasional. Yeah, to 2 did not hold. TTOO did not hold. Pre-market. But I do not usually take trades in the first 15 minutes, which I didn't do, of course, today. Look at DRH. DRH. Let's see if this takes out 6. This has some room to 650-ish or so. Well, I don't know if that's good, Jason. How's that? All right, MRNS just showed up here, 275. Let's see, the pre-market high was 285. I'd like to see it take that out at least before I get interested. I think MRNS, I'm trying to remember why, it just had some upgrades, I think, from Wainwright. Yeah, the down goes QLGN. Okay. Short-lived. Well, I shouldn't say short-lived. I mean, that was quite a run. Over about an hour. Still halted. BNTX is still halted. It's stacking up right now at nothing great, 71, 72. So it's halted at 72.15. How's Pfizer doing? Yeah, that's the initial pop, and now it's sort of dropping somewhat. Whoa, ACPA. Isn't this the one? Oh, no, it was another one's. Okay, MYOS, guys. MYOS, this is some kind of a merger with RENS. So massive gap up, way through the 200-day. Is that what the site says? Yeah, well, just it's almost an hour. Almost an hour. It halted at 8:55, so it's almost an hour that it's been halted. BNTX. Okay, well, finally we get one. I haven't seen one in the watch list down for a couple of days now. So there's a potential short for AKBA. Very choppy though. This was on the watch list, not for a potential short, but because of what it did yesterday, and maybe a continuation. So. Oh, look at AXGN. So what sort of room does this have on that monthly chart? 1287 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart for AXGN. And it just got halted. AXGN just got halted. Whoa, this is going to be could be a big open too. Meanwhile, MYOS. RENS, RENS, and Medveil to merge. MYOS RENS, they're doing some kind of a spin-off. And it's a low float, 6.4 million in the float. There it goes. Well, okay, it took out 3 briefly. MYOS took out 3 briefly. See if it takes out that high again. I don't know what sort of resistance there is. Obviously, you look at this chart. Let's back this up. And you've got to go back to 2017 for... Yeah, you've got to go back to almost 4 years, 3 years, sorry. Just teasing right around that $3 mark. Oh, I'm just waiting on this to see if it really pops through 3. So this is still halted, let's see, 950.21. So this, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 950. Ah. Just keeping an eye on this MYOS. All right, guys, I'm in. Hopefully it could be a quick scalp. 315. Okay, wow, it is all over the place here, guys. I've taken some out of 335 from 315. This is really quick. This is really all over the place. So just, if you're in this one, be careful. All right, I'm out some more at 325. I mean, it is all over the place. 315 to 335, 325. I don't have very much left in case it just collapses. Let me quickly see if I can get this in here. Okay, AXGN just opened. AXGN, nothing spectacular yet. There's a 200-day moving average also for AXGN, so it's through it. All right, guys, I'm all out of the MYOS. I might get back into it if it, it takes out that high right there. Whew, that was a tense one. Yeah, now look at it. Now it's underneath 3. So you got to be you got to be really, really quick on those. And you're right, William. No shorts, MYOS, not for me anyway. At international brokers, interactive brokers. Okay, a little bit of a red candle for the SPY right now. Yeah, BE on the way down. What a great trade this was yesterday for a lot of us. But now giving it up. I think Real mentioned that a break of 10. All right, guys, MYOS, maybe. There's a bottoming tail, topping tail, so uncertainty right now. Keep an eye on HIMX, guys, underneath 4. This was a flyer yesterday. It was flying this morning, but it has given it up quite a bit. And let's see if it continues down underneath 4. Of course, it would have room to around 350 on a short. Wow, look at WWR. I had high hopes for that one, actually. I was really interested in this one because of that weekly chart. Not very much volume for this one, but this one just keeps moving up. UMA, I believe this would be an all-time high up here. Not very much volume. Okay, guys, if you have the AI, I'd be very interested to know if you can short that one, FNGD. This is literally not shortable at Interactive Brokers with the big red dot. And this is a short alert for FNGD. Interesting to know if anybody has shorts available for that, any broker. Topping tail, Irene, is, let's see if I get, which one was I talking about? Okay, so if you look at MYOS, you see the tops there. The I call these topping tails. Okay, see how there are three of them, or well, there's two of them in a row right there. Okay, MIOS. So see on that 5-minute chart and on the 15-minute chart, you see that top right there. That's what I call a topping tail. So remember what that means. The buyers had this stock was up. This was a green candle all the way up there. But then the sellers knocked it down, closed it down here. So you get a bunch of them in a row, like 2 or 3 of them in a row, topping tails like that. Eventually the buyers give up. They just, you know what, you guys can have it. You know, they're not going to keep knocking their heads up against a wall trying to move this higher when the sellers keep knocking it down. Yeah, you're right. It's an index of some sort. You're absolutely right. And then the reverse, Irene, would be bottoming tails, where sellers keep trying to knock it down, buyers close it higher, you see another bottoming tail. Eventually, one side gives up and says, okay, you guys can have this for a while. Definitely interested in C's, guys, especially if it takes out that high. I mean, look at it's got some room. Definitely has some room. Look at that weekly chart. Has a lot of room on the weekly chart. Has a lot of room, of course, on the monthly chart. Has some room on the daily chart. So I would be really keeping an eye on C's if it takes out, that looks like that 638 or so. That's the high. Yeah, a little bit of chop in the market. Yes, and we have that red candle. We have a green, red, green. So a little bit of chop in the market. And you're talking chop. I thought you were talking the market was choppy. Or maybe you were talking about the market. Yeah, well, we'll see. You know, we'll see. I'm not going to do anything unless it takes out that high, but it certainly has room. You know, I mean, this is what I mean with these airline stocks. I can't remember the last time, and I'm sure it's happened, but I can't remember the last time that they just kept some stability. They don't have to keep being a rocket ship all day long, but just some kind of stability as opposed to these big downturns. You know, what was it up here? 1431 gets all the way down to, you know, almost $1 drop. Just something that would move up, base a little, move up, base a little. You know, maybe a little bit of pullbacks, but just don't have any trust for me anyway. Yeah, well, Dorian, you see the SPY does not change. So there's only two options with the charts. Either you check, go to properties, symbol linking is checked, or it's not checked. So these 5 stocks, the symbol linking is checked. That's why they changed. This one is not. The SPY is unchecked. All right, CPRX, very choppy on the daily though. I'm just looking at some of the bios and see if there's anything that has some room. Wow, QLGN just really gave it up. Look at that, 750. Again, not shortable for me. Whoa, look at this. Too quick for me. MYOS, way too quick for me. That was like in a blink of an eye for MYOS. Okay, so Dorian, what you do is let's say you load a channel and you see one of the scans that you like, right click, save and or share to cloud, okay? And then save it. So it'll be in your cloud. Before you do that, what you might want to do though, wow, look at MYOS, it just went too quickly for me. What you might want to do though, for instance, there's Angie, guys, Angie 1302, interesting. Problem I have with Angie is look at the weekly chart, 1334, 1334. That could be pretty tough resistance. Could be. So what I would do is when you see something that you might like, then you might want to make some changes though. You know, if you right click, configure, and go to the summary, then you'll see, for instance, a price range. A lot of those in the channel bar are crazy price ranges, like 1 to 1,000. So you might want to change the price range. You might want to change the volume. In other words, kind of customize it a little bit to your taste. Once you've done that, then you say OK, and then you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go on to the next channel. So see, the idea then is you start extracting windows from the various channels that you might like. Put them into the cloud, and then you can start bringing them back from the cloud one by one and maybe building your own personal layout. Yeah, this is another high flyer. Blink is not shortable for me either. Boy, this is my house. I mean, that was, I don't know, that went from 284 to 349 in a blink of an eye. I just can't chase it now. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get my music going again. Okay, Angie is. Yeah, I don't have any trust. You know, looking left again, there's that 1330. Want to see a lot more room. Okay, Real mentioned Denny's. Denny's did a financing. Was it yesterday or? Okay, so this is coming off the financing. 9.15 a share, 8 million at 9.15, 9.15 a share. So it is actually moving nicely off the financing price. And that's for Denny's, DENN. Now, guys, I may be wrong about Angie. I mean, Angie may just pop right through this and just keep going. But that's the key area, 1338. Wow. So that popped up and it came right back down. Basically flat for BNTX after the, and I bet you Pfizer is doing exactly this. Oh, not quite. Pfizer is actually still relatively positive. Well, the volume's starting to pick up with UMA, but just not. It'll actually, well, it might even show up here. It has to be 150,000 shares minimum. All right, this one from yesterday, QMU, however you pronounce it. Actually, it's a US stock. I thought it might have been a Chinese stock, but anyway, QUMU. And what's the, well, 11 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. Again, it's close to that whole number. Looking left on the monthly chart, it has some room. Some room. Yeah, that's a big drop though, you know, for BNTX. Yeah, it may bounce, but man, that's a big drop. Okay, I'm just checking some of these alerts to see what's happening. C's is not triggering. I still have that alert set right up there for C's. Around 16, looks like around 1630-ish or so. All right, EB on the move. Ugh, again though, I wish there was just. Doesn't mean they're not going to go, but I mean, I look at looking left 956, looking left 967. These are the highs on the daily chart. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but I just wish that it wasn't there. Did it come right back? Plug come right back? Here's the pre-market high right up here, 895. Okay, sort of a green bar ignored for DXC. DXC. This might continue down. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, 16 might hold it though. HIMX guy is creeping down penny by penny. All right, so this was halted. LGHL was halted. Another low float, 19. Well, okay, I don't believe this. That can't be. We have 19,000 shares. That can't be. In fact, I just want to find out something. I mean, this is going to have a big open if this holds. Yeah, there's no way that's 19,000. It's going to have a big open if it holds. Again, guys, this blue box you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar. This is time and sales. This is showing me what it's stacking up to be. So if it opens, it could open at 346 from that 293 halt. Okay, one moment, please. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So big, a lot of floats available, or a lot of floats, a lot of float or shares available for a short on LGHL. And I'm sorry, I don't remember when I put my mic on mute. So that's obviously wrong, and this is another halt here, 385, 385. All right, guys. Well, QUMU now at 4. Looking left, it has some room on that monthly chart to around the 460 level. Let's back this out a little bit on the weekly chart. It's the same sort of thing. So both on the weekly and the monthly, it has some room, maybe to the 450 area. Just waiting to see how well it holds 4. Well, there was one, I missed this one. For some reason, I missed this one from the AI. This is a really nice one. AHCO was alerted at 1765. What's the, yeah, good volume. $18.25 now, so that's an excellent alert from the AI today. Actually got up to 8, wow, had a big spike right off the bat to 1890. What is the strategy name? Where did it come from? Oh, I don't know. June 29th? ATHE, guys. ATHE now over 2. Look at this move here. And wow. Yeah, I don't know, Vicky. I don't know what it's called. Really watching ATHE right here. Are you on the, if you're on the web-based version, EH, no. You need to be on the app. You can have 10 to 20, depending on if you have a standard or premium service. Well, you can have, if you're on the app, you can have 10 standard and you can have 20 premium. Guys, I'm just watching ATHE. I just really want to see if it can hold 2. That could be a really interesting one. I mean, look left. It's got some room. Up to 250 would be a great percentage move. How do you get a subscription? I like those questions. I can show you how. Well, you can't. Just don't worry about it. Plug on the way up here, guys. So Plug is now taking out the pre-market highs. Plug. All right, guys, I'm in the ATHE. Got a pretty good fill around 206. Let's see if it holds 2. Just watching it. Okay, here's another one coming in. Yeah, I did get the LGH halt down, yes. All right, now here's one. Wow, look at the room it's got. It's just a little bit. Look at the volume that just came into LKCO, just over $1. Well, you can do anything you want in a compare count window. I mean, if you want to, so you want to compare them, the ones that are above and below. I mean, it's just a matter of creating two. Well, you have to create the two strategies. Create one and then flip it, and then add them into the compare count window. Does that make sense? So create one strategy with the stocks are above a certain percentage, and then flip it so then you get the ones that are down that same percentage below, and then make your compare count window with those two strategies. I haven't used a compare count window for a long time, but okay, guys. Well, again, this ATHE, I've traded some out while I'm talking here. I was hoping it would really start to accelerate up, but not quite. So I've taken some out at 217. And let's see how well this holds. See if it can take out that high again. All right, this is all over the place. This LGHL, all over the place. Actually, the spread isn't disgusting. It's only it's all over the place though. Okay, so the position in the range is where it is in the day's range. So if you put say 95 in the min, that means it's within 5% of the top of the day. As an example. So for instance, you see this, the position in the Position in the range right there. You see that it is green. If I hover over it, I think it'll pop up. I think it's 76%. So you can see right there, there's the high for LGHL at 402. It's at 386 right now. So it's not quite, obviously it's not quite at the high of the day. It's getting there though, because if you don't see a sliver of white, I'm sorry, if you don't see a sliver of white, if it's all the way over green like it is in the 5-day range, that means it's right at the high of the day. Okay, that's the position in the day's range. One of my favorite filters. I always like seeing stocks near the high of the day. So okay, well, it moved. Okay, guys, we now have a certified winner. Okay, it's using our real-time. Well, when you say all trading simulator, I have no idea. I can only speak for ours. You know, I mean, ours those uses our real-time data, so I can't speak for all trading simulators. Guys, you got to be quick on this ATHE. I've traded some more out. I mean, this is a very, very whippy one. Look at that topping tail. It could be over. Meanwhile, LKCO. Oh, man, let's take a look at this one on the weekly chart. What has it got going for it? Maybe some resistance, not that far away. So I don't have very much of this ATHE left. I mean, I'm holding on to some just in case it does something insane, but I'm out most of it now. And that's from 206, so that's a great little percentage move and quick, very quick. Ugh, I missed this one. Well, I was watching it, but I got too involved in the ATHE. It looks like it's going to have a pretty nice move now. QUME. I don't want to chase it now though. The alert level on the alert went on. You mean this one? Basic new highs and lows. You talking about this one? Okay, basic new highs and lows. So stocks making new highs or new lows with, you know, filters in place like price range and minimum volume, things like that. Wow, it's 10:35 already. This has been another, well, I'll say that every morning. It's just the first hour just flies by. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Friday's a holiday, of course, in the States. July 4th holiday. So the market's only open, last day of the week is tomorrow. But typically Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. Yeah, I mean, this has been a tough one. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's rocketing now. I'm not in this one anymore, but look at it moving now. MYOS. Okay, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you click on within this trading room, click on scans. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows and the no repeat version. Or you can click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. And scans that I share. If you click on that, it'll go to a download. It'll go to a Word document. And all the scans are there. And if you want to load one of them, all you have to do is copy the link and then file, load from cloud. If you've copied it, it'll show up here in this box and then you just load it. Okay, so all my scans are one of two ways. Just you can look at them here. You can if you just want, say, the basic new highs and lows, you just find it and click on the link, and it'll show up in a tab like this. And you highlight it and copy it. Control C. You've copied it, and then file load from cloud. And you see it's here. There's the string right there, and then you load it. So it's that simple. Okay, talk a little bit about our subscriptions. It didn't work. Just a second. All right. I'm going to pop the link in. All right, so here is the subscription link. So if you click on subscriptions, or I've already posted the links in the room, but if you click on the link there, you will see. And right now, there's a promo, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And this is the pricing for Trade Ideas. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have a premium yearly and a standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year for standard minus the 15%. The reason you would be getting our premium service is because you want the AI, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or a yearly plan. You can just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. If you decide you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 15% promo code. 15% promo code. I'm going to over some of the other links. Talked about the subscriptions. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus, please click on this. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and all, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account by connecting to your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so. But I'm going to ask you to watch this video. This video has got everything you probably need to know. Daily video, I do it between 1:15 and 1:45 every day, kind of a summation of what's happened in the room up to that point. There's a download link for the latest trade ideas. 20 short lessons, really nice. If you're just new to Trade Ideas, or if you don't even have the program, you can see how the things that these are some of the basic features within Trade Ideas. This is a more general training link. If you click on that link, you'll see that link is here also, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Some more video. These are videos here, TI University and Back to Basics. And of all of our webinars, today is Wednesday. This is the webinar that I attend with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I do help them out in their webinar. We have 4 of them a week. They're all at 5 o'clock Eastern time, and you can subscribe to them or register for them. And they're all archived, so you don't have to watch them live. And the next test drive, I'm not sure when it's going to be. It might be in August. If you sign up here, you'll know exactly when it's going to be. We'll notify you and how to sign up for it. The last one, we had 4,000. We did, I'm sorry, I thought I was exaggerating. We had over 4,000 people sign up for it. For $8.99, we gave people access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. We don't have free trials, but that's about as close as you're going to get. Not sure when the next one is going to be. But again, if you fill in this, you'll know exactly. We'll send you an email letting you know when it's going to happen. Now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. I see IPWR just got halted. IPWR just got halted. Ideal Power. Look at that halt. Look at the room it's got. And if you're wondering why I know things get halted, one of the scans, the halts resumes, that you can have. All right, this is I'm going to describe what the AI goes through every day. So AI basically waits for the market to close every day. So it has access to the latest market data. We have what we call about 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. This is not one of the strategies, but if it were, basically what happens is takes a look at the filters, maybe adjusts the filter values, runs the backtester, takes a filter out, adds one in. Tedious process. At the end of the optimization procedure, this is what happened last night. These were the strategies that made the cut. Not too many of them. Making the cut, meaning they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. If you have the AI, all you have to do is from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up. The alerts come in. There's a stop, and just basically manage the trades. Just looking at that one that was really doing well earlier. I don't see it now, but it was a... Did something disappear? I thought it was AH something or other. No. No, from the AI. I know there was one that I thought it was AHC or... It seems to have disappeared. AHCO, yeah, AHCO. It was there. Am I am I dreaming that it was not there? Yeah, it's not on mine anymore. I know it was earlier, and I don't have any filters on. That's a little bizarre. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load it again. There it is. Interesting. I don't know why that happened. Oh, it's here now. So anyway, the alerts come in. You have the entry price, of course, is real time. There's a stop price, and then what just manage the trades. Yeah, there is automatic trading if you want on the Irene. Yes, there is. If you want, yes. So again, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus right now. Not really, Bob. The 20 lessons in 20 days, not really. I mean, that's just a general overview of how to create an alert window and a top list window and all of that. How you use those channels is, there's no right or wrong way. For instance, you could say, well, how do I use this? Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade, right? So, it's the running up now or ready to move, things like that. I mean, it's a matter of clicking on the alert, and if you like what you see, you trade it. If you don't, then you don't trade it. So it does require some chart experience or ability to read charts. So there's not a there's no right or wrong way to use it. I mean, they're all themed, of course. Just one moment, please. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay. No, I mean, the thing is, Bob, though, if you take a look at it at one of the windows, just right click. Wow, MYSO. If you right click and configure, you'll see the filters that are in place, and that'll give you some kind of a clue what they're looking for. Okay? That's the best thing I can tell you to do. Oh boy, have I blown this? Look at the LKCO. Look at this one on the move here now, guys. You know, for instance, if somebody said, well, what are your basic new highs and lows looking for? Well, obviously there are new highs and new lows for the day, but, you know, here are my filters that I have. And of course, if you look at if you look at the windows, the scans within all those channels, you of course can make changes and customize it. You know, you might want a different price range, even in mine. I mean, you might want a different price range. You might want a different minimum volume, things like that. This is what I call kind of a template that I like. Yeah, pre-market. Yeah, you can do it. You just have to go. You have to go limit. You cannot go in at market. Okay, you have to do limit orders, pre-market. Okay, Irene, okay, AI is for premium subscribers only, yes. Well, are you talking about auto trading the AI? Okay, cool. Or, I mean, you can auto trade your own strategies. So, I mean, those are obviously not preset. You have to create your own strategy. But if you're talking about the AI, and Irene, in order to auto trade the AI, you have to turn the strategies on. So you have to have, in this Brokerage Plus tab, you have to have the Holly. See, right now, if I turn one on, so now it's on. See, I've turned it on if I wanted to auto trade it. I don't auto trade the AI. So, but what happens, again, this morning, these are the ones that made the cut. So if you wanted to auto trade them, you'd have to turn them on. Tomorrow, there could be different ones making the cut. Making the cut again with the proper win percentage profit factor. And Irene, if you want to know exactly how this all works in terms of auto trading and using, first of all, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account, number one. But this is a great video to watch, okay? It's about 27 minutes long. It covers virtually all aspects of trading using Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers, both manually and auto trading, okay? And that's for everybody asking questions about auto trading. What you see here is the Brokerage Plus window, and so from the toolbar, and this is only available with the download. You cannot use it with the web-based version. It's not available. But you just load the window, Brokerage Plus, and what I've done is I connected it to simulated trading, paper trading. Well, yeah, I mean, it'll do limit. If it'll execute pre and post market, yeah, you've got to go limit. I've done it many times in the simulator. Not many times, but I mean, just to do it tomorrow. You just have to go in at limit. So for instance, if this were the pre-market, I'd have to pick the price. I have to go in at a price. Well, this LKCO is unbelievable now, guys. It's not a low float either. 132 million in the float, which is a lot for a dollar stock and doing what it's doing. That is a lot of shares if that number is correct. Announces a new round of financing. That was at 8 o'clock this morning, and maybe even earlier. All right, guys, so this is what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to show you. Yes, you do need our premium service to auto trade your own strategies with Brokers Plus. Yes. Again, if you watch that video, you'll see exactly how to do it. Are you talking about in the simulator, Strive? Hopefully you're doing everything in the simulator first, right? Before you commit. What a move for this LKC. I mean, the amazing thing is that it's 132 million in the float. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. 13 million. It's hard for me to believe there's 132 million in the float and making a move like this. Well, I want to take a trade just to demonstrate how you can do it. Let's take the QMU. Spread isn't terrible. I can go in at market, probably get filled in between. Let's take a couple hundred shares. So you see what I did? I just clicked on the alert. The symbol will show up. I can pick how many shares. Let's go 300 shares. I can pick a price. See if I can get it right there. Oh, I have no idea in IB. Strive, I have no idea. I don't use... If you're talking about using the simulator in IB, I've never used it before, so I don't know. Can't tell you. So now, I've taken the trade. Now I can put a stop in. I mean, obviously you should know what your stop is going to be before, but let's put a stop in just underneath the whole number, 396. So I can put my stop in, add the stop order, 396. And you'll notice the stop appears right on the chart, right there. So if I allowed this to take me out at 396, I'd lose $43 based on the number of shares I took. I can put a target if I want. And let's just put, I'm just going to make one up, 450 for a target. And then you see the target price. It's hard to see it maybe a little bit here, but you can see there's the red line up there. Now, at this point, let's just say the trade started working well. I can always move my stop up right on the chart, okay? Like a trailing stop. But what I like this idea better about using the stop on the chart, because you can put your stop areas that make sense as opposed to what I call an artificial trailing stop of a certain percent or a certain dollar amount below. You can put your stop right on the chart where it makes more sense, where there could be some support, so that if it broke down through that support, that's where you'd put your stop. Same thing with the target. If the trade started working well, there's no reason why you wouldn't keep moving your target up. Or let's say it stalls, you could move your target down and take yourself out of the trade. These are hotkeys. This will get you out of a trade. Flatten will get you out. Gets you out of half your trade, double your trade. So hardly recommend that people use the simulator, the paper trader within Trade Ideas. It's so easy to use. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. I saw CARV in the pre-market. I thought it was up. Yeah, good volume coming in. Also, CARV, good volume coming in. Of course, this was a crazy one yesterday with the Netflix $100 million injection in, not CARV specifically, but these banks or financial institutions. So, but it really collapsed. But it is coming back, and look at the volume. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look at the volume coming into CARV now. CARV. You're talking about the buy button on the chart. If you don't have a buy button on the chart, it means you're on a earlier version of Trade Ideas, okay? Oh, the up arrow. Every time you click on an alert, so let's see, 1051. So if I click on XERS, that's just telling me the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, it's automatic. It's just telling me the candle. So there's on the 15-minute candle. Let's go to an earlier one, 1027 for QMU. So there's it's not a buy. It's just telling you where the alert happened. So you can kind of, when you click on, you can see, okay, what happened afterwards. And it's just telling, that up arrow will be on the candle in which the alert happened. Bye-bye. Okay, how I download? Are you talking about the program itself or the latest version of Trade Ideas, G Human or Guman? Yeah, LMNL just got halted. LMNL. Multiple chart screens to look at multiple stocks. Okay, only two options: linking, unlinking. That's it. So these 5 charts are linked. This one is unlinked. So I don't. That's all you can do. Link for the YouTube channel is right here. Don't go there now. You know, you want to go there at noon Eastern, fine, but don't go there now. Well, that's a big pullback now for LKCO. So, if you got into this one, hopefully you took a lot out up here, 140. I mean, it's a big percentage pullback now. No. Sorry, there is no way to change that. You want to send something to info@trade-ideas.com as a feature request, go ahead. We don't have a lot of flexibility in our charts. So Angie kind of did what I thought it would do. It just kind of stalled. Look at this. I mean, look where it stalled, guys. I mean, almost to the penny. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, of course, but almost right to the penny is where I thought it could stall. So I still have the alert set here. So if it does finally take it out, maybe. I mean, it's a nice little base. I'd like to see some volume. If you're going to take this trade, I mean, I'd like to see some volume come in, though. You know, the volume has been diminishing ever since, of course, the initial flurry. That was in the right at 9:30, but all the excitement was here for PFE. But BNTX, I mean, it's come back. Don't get me wrong. It's come back a little bit. But remember, this hit 80. And this is, this is the news with PFE. All right, we are getting, I don't know, but maybe he thought I'd be taking today off. Okay. This is a bit of a problem here. Obviously, what's happening? Guys changing his address, IPS, or I know what I'm trying to say. Real, are you around? Okay, because if I do take my break at 12, I might have to get you to be a little diligent. I don't know if you've seen what's happening. Some guy is trying to promote another room. Okay, thank you. Only if you're around. If you're not around, I just won't take a break. I don't want to put any pressure on you, okay? Okay, thanks. All right, guys. Just watching the Kumu here. Yeah. Usually they wait till I'm on a break. And I think this was a nice call by Real early, and the potential short. I think you were talking about a potential short for a steel case. This is also from the AI. Boy, a lot of volume coming into Angie here. Look at the volume on that 15-minute. Look at that volume right there. Biggest volume bar of the day for Angie. It's just gotta get through that 1340-ish. If it does, it's got some room. Ooh, SUNW, what are you doing? SUNW, okay, another really cheap one. Now this has only got 16 million in the float. It's already traded 7 million shares. SUNW. Woo, this has some room to maybe the 120 mark. Okay. I appreciate that, Raphael. I just don't like. I mean, it looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. I mean, obviously, if you took it at 101 and it made it up to 125, that'd be fantastic. But that's saying a lot. I just don't know if it can crack through that area right there on that weekly chart. See, look at that right there. That looks a little. You can see exactly where that area is. I mean, look, if it takes that out, the sky's the limit now. Or if it does. There's the 200-day moving average up there too. Just notice that. Look at that little green line right there. So this also has to contend with the 200-day moving average at 115. Now it may just blast right through it. I don't know. There it is, a 115, 112 right now. There's the 200-day again. Yeah, well, the alert was it got out of the trade for the AHCO. That was the alert. That's a big pullback. You know, LKCO, that's a big pullback from $1.40 down to back almost down to $1. You know, I mean, look, if a dollar holds and it starts to move again, it might give us a little trade, but so the external linking works. We link with a lot of programs, okay? Just give me one moment, okay? One moment, I'll be right back. So the external linking tool, from tools and then external linking, okay? And then you add a link and you follow the instructions. Basically, all it is, should say all because it's a tremendous time saver. When I click on an alert and I'm linked to whatever brokerage platform, we link with most brokerage platforms, the symbol will show up in your order entry. It's nothing to do with trading it automatically. It's just showing up in your order entry. So you don't have to constantly type symbols in there all day long. Okay, that's how it works. That's the principle behind it. So it's just a tremendous time saver. If you are clicking on, you know, alerts all day long, if you're not clicking on alerts all day long, then it's not that big a deal. Well, it should say, it'll tell you, because it says profit save. You should have your exit reason open, and it'll also alert you. You probably heard the sound, and that's what happened. You heard the sound, but if it says profit save, that means it's out of the trade. Yeah, just add the column. It's just, one of the columns. Right click, columns, and, a lot of columns you can pick from. That is one of them. Meanwhile, QLGN, I can share it. I finally do have, I promised that I would. And hopefully this works. I'm going to put it in the tech support area, okay? Davey, click on the tech support tab so I don't jam up because it's doesn't copy that well. But there it is. Only works with alert. No. What do you mean only works with alerts? Any symbol you check on, any symbol, or click on, it'll load into your, not just alert windows, any symbol you click on. Well, I mean, right click, columns, conservative exit reason. It's called conservative exit reason. Okay, that's what it's called, conservative exit reason, right there, right at the top. It's all in alphabetical order, okay? You have to follow the rules, Strive. External linking with IB, so it's a little bit different. If I edit the link, you have to follow the rule, Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, these are rules here, and just make sure you pick Interactive Brokers Live, and then it'll work. Hello, Singh. Yeah, so again, that 200-day moving average really blocked. Look, it almost got right to the penny, almost to the penny for SUNW. Yeah, it's just annoying. I mean, it's a free room, so it's tough to have control. Okay, so what I'm going to do for you, Singh, is I want you to, if it's your first day, I mean, it's a fairly loaded question, okay? But I encourage you to take a look. Okay, first day, take a look at this, the 20 short lessons, okay? That'll show you how to create a top list window, an alert window, just some of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, the other one is there are also some videos here in the training link, but I would start off with those 20 short lessons. Now it says 20 lessons in 20 days. If you, of course, can go at your own pace. Because, it's a tough question for everyone to answer in a very general way because people can use trade ideas in all sorts of different ways. Depends on the types of scans that you like to set up, types of charts you like to see, setups you like to see. There's Plug again, making a new high here. Boy, oh boy, look at Tesla. Amazing. This whole sector. What's Solo doing just for fun? Nope, not following suit. And FUV, not really following suit. How about Ballard? Yeah, Plug definitely seems to be the leader in this EV sector. The other thing you can do is you can go from our toolbar, new, and channel bar, and we have a lot of themed channels in here, okay? So there's an earnings channel, an account builder, pre-market channel, ready to run. This might be ready to run. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different channels in here that you can take a look at. These are all layouts, so if you're new, you probably haven't created a layout yet. But if off chance that you have, make sure you save that layout to the cloud first because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So every time you click on a channel, it'll replace the previous channel. Does the stocks only post show in off topic as well? Don't know how to answer that question. There's stocks only and there's off topic. So no, I mean, that's why it's off topic. Like wishing me a happy Canada Day. Okay. That's off topic, obviously, but stocks only is just for stocks. Talking about a specific stock. Angie on the move. Angie is on the move. Look at that volume that came in on that 15-minute candle, or 15-minute bar. Wow, my namesake with the Y. Yeah, I just don't know when it's going to be. Barry, I just don't know when it's going to be. They're usually spaced 3 months apart, but not 100% sure we're going to have one in August. Well, that's correct. You know, stocks only is for stocks only. Well, okay, there was a short alert, 1232. I mean, it wasn't easy. I mean, it popped all the way up to 1272, but there's maybe nothing too exciting from the my watch list today. I said that I didn't really have that many in the overall watch list that I extracted last night. Yeah, you can't do it, JB, because this is a free room, and I think that even in the pay rooms, they sort of we have to be careful because somebody can come in here and start posting private messages that could be, you know, as vile as you get, okay, and also promotional with other rooms. So I can't allow it. This is the only room saying. Now we do have a YouTube feed which you can go to. I take a break at noon, and one of the other traders takes over the YouTube feed. I'm in there also, but it's the same. It's basically the same thing. They see my screen, they can hear me. The room you're in is where you want to be if you want to interact with a lot of traders. But you can go there at noon Eastern because that's when I take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room, and he runs it from 12 to 1. And especially today, for those of you who are very interested in, you know, trading using Brokerage Plus and interactive brokers, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube feed today. YouTube room today, so you can pepper him with questions. I mean, I post some information up here, you know, up in this area up here, if you can see it. These are doesn't mean these are all going to work once the market opens. But what I do is I post. The room was open at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so I've started doing my scanning a couple hours before, and I come up with a list of stocks that have been moving in the pre-market. Doesn't mean they're going to continue to move. But a lot of what I do also is from my watch list, not too active today, and also this basic new highs and lows. Okay. Where can you download TI Pro? Right here. If you click on the links, and right there, where it says TI download, right there. Okay. So look at American Airlines, guys. I mean, so I almost hate talking about the airlines or the cruisers. I know they were moving incredibly well in the pre-market. Market opens and they just drift. I cannot remember a day, I mean, I'm sure there has been one, in which we've had a pop with the airlines and they've maintained it during the day. Don't mean they have to keep moving higher and higher, but just maintain somewhat. Same with the cruisers. My guess is that if I look at NCLH, it's going to look kind of the same. Yep, look at that. I mean, exactly the same. Guys, Angie is right back up. See, if I were a better pullback player, I could have taken this right around here. Oh, it may work, you know, but I just don't see the follow through. I mean, even, you know, you'd like to see at least one day where they maintain rather than, and it could come right back. Well, if you look on the monthly chart, I'd say 14-ish. I think it's going to be the same on a weekly chart. Yeah, around 14. Looks like that there's pretty decent resistance for Angie. Okay, guys, look at SUNW through that 200-day now. There's that 200-day. There's a line right there. The 200-day moving average is through it. Well, guys, it's getting more interesting. The longer it holds just over that 200-day moving average. I mean, obviously this has, if I back this out, problem is, again, I think I even looked, even when I didn't really know that the 200 moving average was at 114. I kind of looked at this area as being a real stalling point too. Looks like it actually popped right up there, 124, and I'm looking right there, and that's about the same area. You can see, it's maybe hard to see, but you can see that the top of that is right in this level here. If it takes this out, then it's got a lot of room. I'm talking about the SUNW. Meanwhile, I haven't really been following the overall market. We've got that disconnect going again. We got the Dow down, we've got the techs are up, and the SPY is a little bit up. Just looking to see if there are any specific news for the Sun W. I don't see any. Is that an IPO? Whoa. What is this? This is an IPO? I mean, I understand what can happen. This is back in, so it was another symbol, DNB. Didn't show up in our Hultz Zooms. And it's probably because it was another symbol or another company name, and now they've got this as a symbol, DNB. It's going to look really crazy in our charts. I'm just going to check my IPO listings. So it is called DNB, and it is done in Bradstreet. Okay. 78 million, that's a big one. 78 million. Boy, they're raising a lot of money. And Double Down Interactive. Double Down Interactive. That sounds like a gaming stock. So this is supposed to be launching today. Oh, it's been postponed. It was supposed to launch today. It was supposed to, but it's been postponed. Oh, then you're right. Another one tomorrow, ACCD. And Lemonade. What is Lemonade? LMND. Yeah, so a couple tomorrow. All right, I am going to show you what to do, Bob, and for anybody else, okay? So Bob, can you hear me and see my screen before I tell you how you can do all this? Yeah, this will be a massive time saver for you. So this is for everybody also who, if you have multiple monitors, but even if you don't have multiple monitors, what you do is this. Take your toolbar, put it in, I have 3 monitors, so obviously this is the monitor that you can see that I'm displaying, but I do have 2 other monitors. And I have Trade Ideas windows, obviously I've got my AI window on another monitor. So what you do is this, you put your toolbar in the top left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as your main monitor. Arrange all your windows as you want them on your main monitor. Place all the Trade Ideas windows on your other monitors where you want them. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then check Open Relative to Main Window. Check that, and then save it. Okay? I always do that and it kind of, I don't know why it does that. But anyway, once you save it, just give me a second here as I, once you save it, okay, so you understand that. Yeah. Once you save it, then when you reopen Trade Ideas, all your windows will be in exactly the same spot on all your monitors, including, of course, your main monitor. No, you're not doing anything wrong. Again, it's one of those things where you don't have any control over it, all right? Again, info at tradeideas.com, info at trade-ideas.com as a feature request that you want to be able to control. They allow me to do this because, to make it easier when I'm displaying, people can see, but I understand, yeah, on yours it's a lot lighter. No, no, it's just not a feature that's available. Obviously, what you'd like to be able to do is right click and maybe go to properties and, have an option here to make this, your symbol darker. It's just not available. Well, that SCS short from the AI, obviously working very well. There's the entry 1166. There's the short 1074 now. One moment, please. I've got three 32-inch monitors. Well, this LMNL has been just halting, halt, resume, halt, resume, halt, resume. It might be. I guess we call it a DJI, dollar DJI, EH. So $ DJI. Oh, I see. I can't answer that. I don't know why it won't show up, and maybe anything with the like the indices and all. Maybe they just don't show up on a watch list. I've never tried to put them in there. Boy, look at I know just absolute. I mean, remember now this was 33.81, 1, 2, 3 days ago as a high. They don't, Dreamer. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I sort of remember this one. Or maybe I don't. Let me just see. You know, was this an IPO back here? Or a name change, symbol change? It's a low float, 23 million in float. And look at the volume. Hardly any volume, really. Okay, so SMG, yeah, probably because now, if you just loaded it now, you won't get all the previous ones, okay? But just do me a favor and right click and see what symbol list it says. Right click, configure, symbol list, and what's checked. It's still from last week, SPAC, and that might be the reason. If you've saved it from before, like 2 weeks ago as an example, but that's the symbol list, SPAC crazy. If that's checked, then you're not doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of you're not going to see all the original ones. Not very exciting today, anyway. QMU, I suppose, is okay, 385. I mean, it's got as high as 418, but again, nothing terribly exciting. Just a great short for Steelcase now, guys. It's an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. SCS. So I don't know what you mean by you're saying the symbol list does not show up. When you click on configure symbol lists, right? And if you don't have, if you're saying this symbol does not show up, when did you save my watch list? You have it in a save layout. When did you do all this? Listen, I'll guarantee you will see everything if you click on new channel bar and my watch list, okay? Barry's watch list. But remember, it's a layout, so before you do that, save your layout to the cloud. Okay, no problem, real. Thank you. Another one that could not hold the gains in the pre-market and after hours, AKRO had good positive results for their phase 2A, but did not really hold. Well, SUNW, guys. I mean, it's right at this level now. Can it take it through and just continue? Because look at the room it's got. This is always the game, you know. Can it do it? But he said he got it. He said he got it, so. Yeah, but from my Windows, if I click on the channel bar, let me make sure I've got everything. Yeah, they're here. I mean, you have to look. You want if you want it every week, you want to see it, you have to click on the channel, my channel, and then you can maybe, if you want, at the beginning of every week, you can save these 3 windows to your layout. But they're definitely there. I mean, you know, all I'm going to ever say is that you want to see these, you have to click on my channel. All right, Angie. Angie now is looking interesting. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to be on my break. I might not be able to take a long break. So I took the Angie on that break right there. So I'm in at 1338. I'm just watching to see how well it holds it. I do want to take a break, so. All right. Just patience, guys. That's all it was. A lot of patience. You know, I waited and waited and waited for that to break. And I am, let's see, what time is it? 11:53. Okay, I'm taking some out here, 1356 average, okay? I've just taken, as I say, I do want to take a break. could just see, I mean, look at that monthly chart. I mean, it's basically right there, 1338. I mean, it's right there. That's all I had to do. I mean, does it work all the time? Of course not. I see what you did there, Grumpy. Okay, Michael, if you can hear me. Okay, so guys, Michael Noss is going to take over in the YouTube stream. This is your chance. If you have a, you can pepper him with questions about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers and how to trade. And I am going to give you the YouTube link. Just give me a second, Michael. I'm going to stop my streaming. Okay, Michael, I'm stopping my streaming right now.
Strangers in a dark room laughing at jokes they didn't quite hear. Frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears. And anything could happen in these cathedrals we roam, where shadow people dance and trade their glance and walk home alone. Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn.
Okay, everyone, let me know if you can hear me okay. I'll turn up my iPad that I check on here. Okay, everyone, let me know if you can hear me. All right, so I just heard myself say that, so I think everything is good to go. Again, if there's any problems, let me know. Let me switch over to my screen here. I'm doing a little bit of a different setup where I'm kind of containing all of the streaming and everything inside of my Parallels desktop, because I found out that the OBS. Oh, hi. That button. That one. There we go. Yeah, the OBS works way better on Windows, so I'm running it on the Windows side. But I think everything should be good to go. So again, if we are new here, if you are new here, then just let me know kind of what we do here is we give Barry a much needed little mini vacation, lunch break. And then we come along and we do all kinds of, talking about trading, most importantly, support. We are trying very hard to make sure we understand basically our system's complex, and we kind of devote an hour a day where you get a different streamer, a different trader each day with different trading styles, and they talk about the system the way they see it and the way they use it, and we kind of hang out here to answer any questions you would have for us specifically or kind of in general. So for me, I'm an auto trader by trade. Everything I do is pretty much statistically back tested and automated in some way. It was just the way for me to figure out a way around my personal trading demons. So when it comes to Holly, back testing, Brokerage Plus, any of that kind of techie nerd stuff, that would be more of my area of expertise. Barry's more of a day trader, I'm more of a swing trader, things like that. So you get to see how different people with different styles use the same platform to make money. So what you guys are seeing here, this is just a simulated account that I run on my kind of show desktop where I can show everyone, but I use this to test new algorithms that may make it into Holly later. I back test them, and then I use some tools that I have access to, and then from there we kind of go from and then we go from there, and I forward test them for a few weeks, and if they make it, then they get into the Holly algos, and they kind of go from there. So let's see if any of the new ones that you guys, I've been saying that for a while, and there's been some that you've seen me work on that may have made it the no, not today. None of them have made this today. Oh yeah, Canada Day. Sometimes I forget about that, not being that everything I do is kind of American based. Sorry about that, hit the mic. So, all right, into the support. I see the first question there. The other kind of rant that I give that people are probably sick of, but please ask us questions. Everyone you see here is a trader, and then they do, support, and I'm a consultant. I build algorithms, this type of thing. So we don't really prepare much for these. They're just for you guys to ask questions. So don't be shy. You're doing me a favor with every question that you ask. So. My B plus is not sending any symbols to IB. Can you help, please? So first, I'm sure Barry sent you this, but if not, take a look at this video. I walk kind of slowly. It's me that does it. So I kind of walk slowly through the process and the setup and all of that. I'm creating a dummy live account kind of as we speak that will access like this really tiny $500 RSP account that I have that will, allow you guys to see a little bit more of the live stuff without showing you, my real accounts. But the first thing to always check is if it's not sending orders. A, are you on Interactive Brokers Pro and not Lite? Because IB will block any API trades from Lite because they don't want you to auto trade. Ooh, hold on. I'm going to leave this here. I've been stocking this stock for a bounce here. They'll block anything if you're on IBK or Lite because they want money. So that's why they do that. And then on the other side, what data are you paying them for? So you have to pay them every month for live data. Again, it's unfortunate, but they delay their data by default. So you have to go buy their data. So those are the first two. So let me know there, Strive, if both of those criteria are met. So you're on IBK or Pro and not Lite, and you have a data plan that you went in, they don't do it automatically, and you click the button and you say, I want to buy this data plan. Those are just, it's one of those, when you deal with support, it kind of takes, it kind of takes the whole 90% of all the problems out. So if those are met, though, then we need to start to dive a little deeper there and see what your setup issue is. Yeah, Debbie, I just tested your history to real time, and it does load into real time every time, which makes sense because if you loaded into history a month ago, or 2 months ago, it wouldn't have the data there anymore. So that makes perfect sense. Again, there's no always, and this is kind of just for me and you, Debbie, right? It's a lot of questions, a lot of in the minutia, right? And you gotta think how much of being in that minutia is helping you pull money out of the market, versus how much is it just kind of working on that setup kind of thing, right? Damien, when you trade using B+, can you walk through putting in a limit order and a target price using B+? Sure. So the easiest way is to put in a limit order. If you're talking about not automate it, right? You just go right here and you just type in whatever you would like that price to be. Move that back over here. 0 drop frames. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye because I'm doing all this in parallel, so I'm just wondering if it would work. But yeah, so right here where we have price, you would just type in, so Foot Locker, I'm not in it. It came through the scan that's just looking for a doji yesterday and a breakout today. You can see it broke out and came back down, so that wasn't a good one. But say I was in it and I wanted to sell it at $29.95, I'd just go hit change that from market where it defaults to $29.95 and just hit sell, and there you go. So there it is. There's your limit order. Now if you're talking about automate it, let me know about that as well, but it would be as simple as going to a new window for the strategies, pulling all these out in Windows because I've got some super secret stuff that I'm working on that can't be seen as much. But yeah, so when it comes to modifying a strategy, so I have this one here, which is just my symbol-less strategy, which is a new kind of trading that I'm testing and working out very well. And I go and I hit risk management, right? Target, you can set that here. You can set a filter. You can set percentage dollars away or a filter amount. And again, something that's important, and I'll rant a little bit about, and there is no question, but there may be. These filters are confusing, and I know that, but what's very important to note with them is that make sure you got to remember that whatever the output of your formula is going to be subtracted from price for a long setup and added to price to a short setup. So for example, stop below yesterday's low is a custom filter that I made that will show me what the difference is between the current price and today's low. And then that will be subtracted from price, because we see a lot of people come in and they've got a problem, but they're using they're using custom formulas that output, the actual price amount. So they're trading $30 stocks and their custom formula outputs $30. And then they wonder why it's not working out so well for them. And it's because of, it's trying to put in a stop at $0 type of thing. So just a little nuance type of thing there. But again, keep the questions coming. We love to see them because we're woefully unprepared without them. But yeah, I've actually just got into within Brokerage Plus, and you guys probably know about this, and maybe how you can go. We'll go here, go new window, and I've been popping out all these windows now. So I have an orders window and a message window and a strategies window, and I find it easier instead of this tabbed view, just having them all kind of laid out like that. It's just something I just recently started, but. So another question, if you're not automating Holly and have a premium member can use the interface and IB to place orders without any extra subscription charge? Sure. That's a good question, and that actually leads to a bit of a complex so we have essentially 3 plans, right? So the first plan is standard. So standard includes, and this is, I guess, for everyone watching, standard includes things like the scanning. And, any of these scans that you see here, right? Traditional top list scanning and alert window scanning, things like that. It also includes Brokerage Plus, and it includes the simulator as well. You get that at the same time. Get rid of that. So you get that all built in. And so what you can do on a standard package with standard and Brokerage Plus is you can place orders. So the way that I said, okay, you want to click here and you want to put out an order. You can also place orders by right clicking and setting up these order entry scripts. So I can buy it right here and put the stop at today's low. Actually, let's do that. I'm on the sim. I keep forgetting that sometimes in this account I'm on a sim and sometimes I'm trading real money, but this is just a sim, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, you can buy it and have it put the stop at the day's low, and you can do all of that on standard. Now on premium, you can auto trade, but you can't auto trade the AI. You can auto trade your own strategies. So if you have a premium membership, you get access to 2 major things, and these are the real kind of differentiating factors here. The first one you get access to is the AI. You have the ability to see, right here, I can go and I can click on the AI, and I can say, oh, see DMO, that's an interesting looking one. Actually, is an interesting looking one. I believe this is this is one of my algorithms, right? And you can actually right click on here and you can mirror all these trades this way. So I need to make sure this is here, but you can right click and you can say, trade Holly the way that Holly would want to be traded, right? And I'm on a dev version, so some of the options are a bit weird, but you can say, yeah, I want to buy it like Holly would have bought it. And then I want to have her manage it. You can do that automatically, like just by right clicking. You can also, I built this strategy, and the strategy is for a 2-day hold. You can see the equity curve. If you built something like this and back tested it and said, great, that's something I want to have traded for me, you can have the AI trade that for you, something that you build yourself, or Brokerage Plus trade that for you. The only thing you can't do with premium is auto trade the artificial intelligence fully. So you can do that manual kind of right click on it and make trades and do things like that fairly easily. It's just that whole, the whole process of having everything taken care of for you from the AI side. That's what you need the Brokerage Plus add-on for. So I hope that makes sense. That was again, I go detailed into these questions just because there might be people around that have the same ones. But basically standard, you can do everything manually. You can trade manually. You can back test your scans manually by, clicking on them and going back through the chart, things like that. Premium, you can do some auto trading, and you can do some kind of back testing. You can do some AI trading, and then from there, away you go. How do you develop and save your trading execution instructions? So if you save, right, if I click right now, and I just want to show you this because I think you're having a problem with this here, but if I just right click and I go and I look at all of these settings that are saved, and then I just click the close button and click save layout, yes, there we go. So now if you do that, 100% sure, when it opens up again, it will be exactly the way I left it, right? That those trading instructions will be exactly the same. There's no way they can possibly change during this mode. So where's Brokerage Plus? There. Oh, we got to reconnect that to the sim. Don't connect it to my live account, Mike. And right, so we go here. That instruction, right? Everything exactly as I left it. So that's how you save it. You just click and then you go save and away you go. How you set them up, again, I'm going to send you that video that I walk slowly through setup. But it all depends on your trading instructions, right? So you go to your strategies tab, and let's just make a new strategy. Right, again, so Debbie, that video walks right through that process, about a half hour long. It's well worth it. But let's do a little bit here. We do test, right? And then you go to entry time. You say, well, when do I want my entry time to be? Which means when do I want it to start sending orders to get me in? And also when do I want it to stop sending orders to get me in? 1 second, just forgot to re-enable these strategies, which is great why I have all these windows open instead of the tabs. But all right, so new strategy, test, right? Do I want it to be a short or a long, right? That's fairly simple. And what account do I want it to go to? Right now, I just have this account. If you have multiple accounts set up, you can select that there. It's a little bit buggy right now, but we're working on that. Entry time, when do I want to enter at, right? So I want to enter all day, or I want to stop entering at noon Eastern, which is 1 my time, whatever that is. Order details, how do I want to enter, right? So fixed shares, let's buy 100 shares. And then how do I want to enter? Exit, limit. I wouldn't really mess around with these stop limits too much. They're a little confusing for new people. How long do I want the order to be out? How aggressive do I want the order to be? The more negative this number is, the more aggressive. Risk management, right? What do I want to do here for risk management? Do I want to put my stop, 2% away? Do I want to put my stop, say, 30 cents away? Or do I want to use a filter? Again, if you have a lot of questions, Debbie, if you're still getting used to this, just skip the filters for now. But for example, one thing that's easy, if you absolutely need to use a filter, just go and click above low. And if this says above low in dollars, then it will put the stop to low. And then the hold time, when do I want it to sell? Do I want it to sell 30 minutes after the fill? Do I want to sell at the end of the day? Do I want to sell it at market close plus 1 day? What do I want? Let's close this 30 minutes. Then you hit OK. That's it. You're done. So now when I click on a symbol anywhere within Trade Ideas, anywhere, right? So click on Footlocker. You can see buy using test, right? I'll go click on FLU. By using tests. And then you can see, right, it bought 100 shares right here. So I just clicked on that buy using tests. It bought 100 shares. It put the stop at the low of the day. And over here, you can see FUL. There's a time stop for 10 minutes away, or 30 minutes away, sorry. So it's 1:19 my time, and at 1:20:34 it will exit the position at market. So that's the long and short of it. Again, the video goes through a little bit more of painstaking detailed on everything that you need to do and all of the requirements you need and all of this, but just a quick and dirty way. That's how you do it. And then that's simple. Now, how do I use it in simulation mode? I am in simulation mode right now, and I was in that video. So the same way, no different at all. So if we go into, last but not least, the cool thing that you can do about it, if you right click, and then now I say set as default chart long, click on that. And then if I go to something here, this one, CYCN. So now if I use this buy button, right, and I click, say I want to buy CYCN when it gets right here, and this is the same strategy we used. You can see it put in a buy order right here if it gets there, and it put in a stop loss order right here if it gets there, and it will buy it here, hold it for 30 minutes, sell 100 shares the same way it would before. So again, that additional step of just right click, chart default long strategy enables this long button here. I actually have these ones as default, whereas, again, the yesterday's low thing is a bit more complex because it used custom formulas, and the whole walk before you run type of thing. So Damien, I believe they have isolated the issue of the multiple accounts. It's been sent to the dev team. They've acknowledged it is an issue, and now they just got to hammer away at it. I think there's going to be a big release sometime next week that's probably going to clear up, 4 or 5 different Brokerage Plus bugs like that. So I'm hoping that's in there. JF, I don't know if you're here. Usually are, but I just emailed you back as well, and your bug they were able to find. It seems to happen under very specific circumstances. So it took them a while to kind of track it down, and away they go. I'll make the watermark a bit darker. Yeah, let me just ping that again. That is a good. We have the ability kind of built in. The problem is there's a lot of work you have to do in the back end to make it work. That's how it works for Barry. But I'll ping them again. I agree. We should just be able to do like a right click properties thing and be able to change that, because I depending on how far your monitor away is, how your eyesight is, it might be hard to see that light gray. For what it's worth, it works better in dark mode. I wish I'm a dark mode guy, and me and Sean fight about this all the time, but I'm a dark mode guy for everything. Oh no, you can't see it easier, but there. Except for charts for some reason. I don't know if it's because I've just been doing it for 20 years now and I've always looked at white charts, but yeah, eye issues. Yeah, I could see that. It's a close gradient. So let me actually right now. What other company in the world? I'm doing a live stream right now. I get a customer that has an issue that they would like resolved, and I'm able to just instantly ping, the head of the project management development type stuff and get that looked at. So I'll push for that. I do agree, and again, the technology is there. We just got to do some changes to it. So we'll take a look at that for you for sure. Now, don't, I am not one of the tech guys, so, it may be the case that it's way more complicated than I think it is, and in which case I apologize, but we I'll float it out there in the ether, and hopefully we can get that kind of looked at. So can you, that we're having this conversation, can you fire an email to info@trade-ideas.com right there, and just email in and say, hey, I would like this this setting and attention ATTN bill from there. If you do that, I think there might be a way to go. Sorry, I'm typing this whole time, but yeah, so make sure you email that in. I think we might be able to do something for you there. For sure. Hey, Mike, thanks for the time. No problem. That's been with TI for few years now. Best ever. I agree. But I am embarrassed to say I forgot how to make a simple watch list windows with my own symbol to add, subtract from day to day. Okay, so there are like 4 ways to do this. And let's go through different ways just to figure out which one kind of matches your style. So first is our new. You click on new down here and go to price alerts. Again, ignore my menu bars. I've got all like the hidden crazy features. So price alerts are a way that you can say, I want to be alerted of the stock, but I only want to be alerted from the stock if it does something. So let's go to Apple. Jeez, trading for 20 years. I just forgot the ticker for Apple. Right click and click create price alert, and then click save. All right, so now this creates a watch list. You can see right here, and you can click through these and it will change the charts and all of that. However, this is only going to freak out and turn triggered, and it will light and everything when it hits this price, right? So if we delete this, delete. So another way to do it is with our liked list. So this little button right up here, you can see I'm clicking, right? It's going from red to not red. That actually changes this list here. So if I go through this, all of these are going to be red, right? And highlight it because this is my liked list. So what it does in the back end, if anyone's wondering, it creates a symbol list. So if you right click and hit configure on any top list or alert window and you go into symbol lists, you can see my liked right here. And if you don't see it here, just click on this top button on the top right and just find my liked and add it, and then you can click it here. So this top list, you can see, has no filters. It has no real sort other than, you could say price, or it really doesn't matter, position, range. But it's only looking at that list. So this is a good way. This is my favorite way to quickly go through them. And I actually have this list as being auto traded right now. You can actually see up here. So you can see FUL. You can see IIVI right here. This is a style that I'm kind of playing with auto trading alerts. Now you can also on top of that. And then again, to remove it, just click off. So what I do is I go through each night, I see anything that I want to remain on the list and I keep it red. And anything I want to remove, I make it white. And then I plug that into Brokerage Plus and have it auto traded for me. But that's a different, maybe later, but that's a different question for later. The third way to do it is just with basic symbol lists. So if you go to Tools and Symbol Lists, you can see I got a whole bunch here, but you probably don't have any or not many. And you can go create a new list, and we'll call this list Test, and click OK. Now, if we open Test, it gives us this blank window. We can just paste in an Excel file or a document list or something, right? We can fill this in, right? The other way that you can add to this list is on any part, any symbol, basically, right click, and then say send to symbol lists, and here's a list of all my symbol lists, so I can send it to any list that I want. So what I do a lot of is scanning through charts at night. I go to my night scan here, and then I can go through all of my scans and I can say, okay, oh, I think this is interesting. I can either add it to my liked list or I can add it to any one of these lists. So then at the end of my scanning at night, I've got a list for potential swing trades. I've got a list for things I want to auto trade tomorrow. I've got things for, just things I want to keep on a list later to watch. So I have all these different scans all pointed to different symbol lists. And then it, more for my liked list, if you want to go real simple with it, we have Stocks I Like channel. And right here, you can see it has a top list, everything pointed to my like list already built into the system. So you don't have to do anything here. And it has my liked stream. So where it basically puts in when things are occurring, right? So if we configure this, it's basically we'll just have, all of these different alerts, but pointed at that list. So it will tell you when your liked list is hitting new highs or hitting new lows or having a standard deviation breakout or, basically high volume, all of this. So it's a good way to keep an eye on your list to say when something is moving. Because that's, to me, I think the beauty of all of this is I can, I don't like hunting for stocks during the trading day. I find it puts me in a mode where I feel like I have to trade and I'm constantly hunting for that trade. And there's some people like Barry that are really good at that. It gets me in that over trading mindset and I don't like it. So what I do instead is I do, what you're seeing right now is what I see all day, but I do all of my scanning the night before. And then I have all these different, automated and different, alert windows and symbol lists and top lists and everything that just tell me if there's anything I need to worry about. And then I have this up on a screen, and right below me, you guys can't see it, I have my actual MacBook, my MacBook Pro laptop, and I'm on there and I'm doing work and I'm answering emails, I'm doing whatever, and all I have to do is glance up and I've got this big monitor that's just saying, hey, this symbol that you said that you thought was interesting last night, it's doing a lot of volume or what have you. So I hope that helped. It was a long rant, I know. Strive, is there any way to show real-time ticking of process of the charts regardless of the time frame you're looking at? No, our charts refresh every few seconds, but stoked that helped. Perfect. Awesome. Thanks. But yeah, our charts update every 10 seconds or so. We're looking at reducing that. It's a load on the system type of thing. But if you want second by second charts, just load up, since you're using IB. You said earlier you had linked them, and when you get that data plan with IB and IB Pro, they will they'll work like that tick by tick. I just don't. I'm 90% a swing trader, to be honest. Oh, get out of here. Oh, I hope that didn't break anything. Hold on one second here. Mac OS has this weird bug where it just like shoves my email into like the weirdest places. I just need to check that didn't break anything. No, so I don't think you guys even noticed. But yeah, just like every now and then it's like, hey, look at your email. It just opens it up. It's just crazy. So yeah, again, I hope that worked. Use IB or another charting platform if you want to go super real time. It's just not what our charts do right now. How can I make an alert for a 3-day high after a big gap down 2 days ago? At this time, you can't. We can't go back and say I wanted to see a gap a few days ago. Unfortunately, we are working on a system in the back end now that will give a little bit more customization of that type of thing. But right now, you could say I want to see a new 3-day high. And you could say I want to see a new 3-day high when the stock's been down a bunch. Away he goes, kind of thing. Okay, thanks. Yeah. And again, we're working on, I can't show it to you now, but it is in the back end, and it's something, that will be more configurable, but, more advanced at the same time, kind of thing. I'd like to lobby for the treatment of pinned windows. If you reload a layout that has a windows pinned, you do not need to reload the pinned window. Everything else loads. It would solve a lot of problem. That's exactly how it works. So if I load this pinned window, right? So I just pin this window and I go, let me go load a layout. I'm going to go load, what layout do I have here? Let me load my MacBook trade. And this is what it'll look like when I'm on my MacBook. You can see the window is right where I left it. Didn't move, didn't close, don't need to reload it, didn't budge. And then let me switch some channels. All right, I'm going to go and I'm going to switch to, let's switch to the Barry's watch list channel. So you can see it's still there, right? It's still there, didn't move. Nothing wrong with it. Right, let me move it down here. So I moved that, right? It didn't move it. Now let me go to the small exchange channel. There it is. There it is. So again, Debbie, and I know this conversation's happened a few times. Maybe I'm not getting what it is you're looking at, but this window that you're seeing live on screen is pinned and it's not moving, and I don't need to reload it, and it's not even reloading. Right? I go to the pre-market channel. It's right there. So maybe I'm just missing what you're after, but it's 100% not moving when I switch layouts, and I switch them from the channel bar. Now let me switch them from the cloud. Maybe if you're switching them locally, it may reload, but just don't do that. Just switch them from the cloud. And that will work for you. But right, I don't know what else I can do to prove that. Maybe again, I'm probably just missing you, because it's definitely right. The evidence is in. So it must be something else that you're doing that's making them do that, because it's there. It's loaded. Yesterday doji. So are you doing it maybe loading from local but loading from local will do everything. But the alert window is part of your original layout. It does reload. Okay, let's take something that has nothing to do with my original layout. Let's take something from all the way back. Let's go to 2016. What was I looking at 2016? This trend change lubricant factor. And there we go, right there. And then I go pinned. So it's pinned, right? Now this I loaded up from 4 years ago. Now let me go to another channel. Let's go back to Barry's Wall. Oh, there it is. So it didn't move. If I go to Dr. Trade, it doesn't move. It's right there. So again, it is super. I'm showing you how to do it. I don't know if there's another way you're doing it that it's not broken, but you can't deny that it's absolutely not reloading as I change layout, right? If I go, let me leave this here and let me go load a layout another way. Let's go MacBook Trade, and I load it, and there it is. Without a doubt, all pinned. There she blows. Now let's actually try to load one locally. Now this, I bet you will overwrite it. If I go in here and I overwrite it locally, but there's just no reason. Oh no, it's still there. So it even works if you load them locally. It's a question of the alert windows. Okay, well Debbie, why don't you send me the cloud link? Because I've shown you that it works with alert windows, right? Let's pin another alert window. Here's a different one. Oh no, let's load an alert window because it can't be part of my layout. So let's go and let's grab an alert window here. You see I'm more of a fan of top lists than alert windows. Let's load this block trade window from 2018. And let's pin this window from 2018 and let's go to my docked trade and it's still there. It's just, can't get rid of them when they're pinned. Oh, the alert's clear. Yeah, well, that's just, okay, well, let's go into history mode. I don't know why, if you want to see past alerts, why wouldn't you just use a top list if you want to see all the, okay, so block trade's got a bunch of alerts here. And now let me go. So what you're saying is that all of these alerts, there's like 5 of them, are going to go away when I switch. No, they didn't. They're all right there. Let me go load this from a cloud. Let me go MacBook. No, they're all right there. This works. If it doesn't work for you, how about you take a video of your screen and email it in and say, I've followed these instructions from this. And this is what it's doing. So show me these going back in because they're just not here for me. All right, I switch around. Look, they're all right here. There's nothing to them. This pinned word, look, it's still going. So yeah, it's good. So the alerts are not reloading if you switch them that way. So I pin the alerts and reload. They're not. So if I pin the alerts and reload the pinned windows, it gets reloaded. Well, then don't reload the pinned window, right? So the point of pinning a window is that you're not reloading it, right? You're switching around. So I'll switch to night scan. Still there, right? Nothing's reloaded, nothing's changed, nothing's deleted. Right, so just follow the steps that I'm showing you, and it should work fine. If it's not, again, just do a video of your screen and show us it's shrinking, and send that in. We'll take a look at it there. We want to make sure this is working for you, but at the same time, we don't want to hunt down bugs that are, not existent kind of thing, right? Right, this is, so now I've got a bunch of alerts. So now that I've got a bunch of alerts, let me switch. No, they're all there. Right, none of them are moved, none of them are changing. Right, I don't want to clear the alerts. The alerts are not clearing, right? You're watching the stream here, right? And wait, I'm going to check to see. Yeah, I've got it in view. You see all of these alerts, right, that are not cleared. Now, the ones that I don't pin, of course, those are clearing because they have to, right? They exist in a different layout. But if I go to this block alert, look, see, they're right there. Not a single alert missing, not a single alert cleared. No reloading in any way, shape, or form. Is it possible that you're reloading something on top of your pinned window and that's clearing? Because right, I'm at a loss what to do. So, just send in a video of your screen showing them clearing, and I'll take a look at it there. But these alerts are part of my channel layout. Okay, so this alert is now part of my channel layout. Let me switch to this channel. The alert window's there, right? If you're saying, for example, that these two windows here that are going to pop up right in the middle of the screen here, this one here, are you saying that this one cleared and you didn't want it to, and this one cleared and you didn't want it to? That would be because they're not pinned. Okay, so I'm going to save block trade. I'm going to save my whole layout, and I'm going to go save to cloud, and I'm going to call this Debbie, and I'm going to click entire layout, and I'm going to click save, right? Okay, so this is part of my entire layout now, right? My whole layout. And then I'm going to click, and it's going to stay right there, and nothing's going to clear. Right? So there she is. Now, this is maybe where you're getting confused, Debbie. If I go back to this, right, there'll be two block trades. Oh no, I have to load it from, so hold on, because I don't want to add this to my actual layout. So let's load Debbie, right? So you may have saw what happened there quickly. Let me close these. There's a block trade here that's cleared, but behind this, there's our other one. That's the difference being, right? This one stayed pinned the entire time. This one just started, right? But you can see now they're getting equal. But when you pin something and you switch alerts, it does not refresh. And again, that's going to be, I'm going to move on to other questions, Debbie. There's no other way I think that I can show this, but just send a video of what you're doing, and I can look at it and go whatever. That is exactly what I want to avoid. Well, you can't, right? If you're asking the system to load up a new window every time, so you can't. So what I would do is, so here, have your layout like this with a blank square in it, and then put the layout there. And then when you switch, you see it's still there, right? You basically, you can't have a window that's not open running data. And that's what you're trying to ask of it. But so for example, if I have on my docked trade just an empty space, and then I click on this, this will load into that empty space, just like it did here, right? But the pinned window just is not refreshing, right? And it will not refresh, right? You're just putting another window on top of it that's a new window. So my suggestion would be to remove that new window from your layout and just use the old one, right? Because it can't generate data when it doesn't exist. And if I go over to another layout, it won't exist, right? So that's it. We got it finally, which is great. Is there a way for 3-bar plays or a video I can watch to set it up? Now, if you're talking about the famous 3-bar play video, we have them in here under the premium plan. We call them RBIs and GBIs, and they're the same thing. Now, these won't go back in history, and we're looking to make these normal alerts at some point. Um, yeah, the 3 bar play. I'm trying to see if something will come through, but it will be another minute or two. But yeah, so that we call them RBIs and GBIs, and that's because I wish something came through here so I could show you. We also have these that aren't as good, but they exist. The we call them 1, 2, 3. Right, so if I go with a 1, 2, 3 5-minute continuation setup, and I hit out alert, I go okay, we'll add that in, go okay. Now we need a 5-minute chart in order for this to make sense. But let's click on this and let's zoom into, and this is with no filters, so there's going to be a lot of junk in this scan. So you can see it found it right here. So it's looking at this tiny little 5-minute bar after this big igniting 5-minute bar. IRHC, same thing, little tiny bar after this big 5-minute bar. So it's not necessarily red in this setup the way I think the traditional 3-bar play is, like big green, small red, big green. Let's put a volume filter on this so we're not getting junk. Right, yeah, so here we go. IRTC. Big green, small inside, big green, right? So that's for 5-minute. We've got it for a handful of different setups. I like the idea behind them, but to be honest, I've done a lot of back testing and things, and I just can't get it to, work. Yeesh, that's an ugly chart. Yeah, here's another one, big green, little small one, and then hopefully continuation. But yeah, I couldn't. I love these things, but I've just tried very, very hard to get something that would be a nice little kind of continuation scalp like this, and I just never was able to, figure that out. But yeah, we do have them in the system. The difference is going to be the ones with the, the solid. Right here, we call it a buy signal as opposed to a buy setup. The difference being that 3rd bar on this one is complete, and that 3rd bar on these ones are not necessarily complete. So it's like, it's looking for I think the scenario is that it has to have the big green bar, the small other bar, and then a break of that, right? Let's make that 500,000. So yeah, this is on a 15-minute time frame, which is more how I play. I don't like any, as a swing trader or at least a day trader that tries to hold for a little bit. Yesterday. Let's go through yesterday's. I try to find, these 15-minute charts I like better. These corn is big. Yeah, so big green bar and then little inside bar, and then it triggers on the 3rd bar kind of thing. No, they're great little, it's a great little idea, and I like it, right? I like the concept is just a all it is a bull flag or a bear flag, right? You get a movement, you get a sideways ticket, and then you get hopefully another movement. I've never been able to make them work. Oh, no problem at all, Billy. And again, we got another 5 questions here if anyone's got any quick questions to put in.
All right, this one, Lightbridge, just got halted. Look, the volume isn't great, but it might be just starting to pick up. It's only 40,000 shares. It just got halted, LTBR. But look at all the resistance right around 5. Look at that daily chart right around 5. Lots and lots of resistance. So, I mean, it would take, it's a very low float, 2.9 million in the float. So, I mean, depending on why it's been why it's going up like this, but it's very light volume. It's relation, you know, that 12,000, that's in relation to what happened earlier. But, oh my gosh, this could be, I mean, I don't know if this is going to hold, but look where it's stacking up, 595, 595. Hard to believe that's going to hold. But if it does, then it's going to take all this out. Hard to believe that's going to hold, though. Am I back? No, I'm back in the YouTube feed. Michael left. Oh, I guess that wasn't supposed to happen. All right, guys. So Michael, actually, what happened is I booted him out when I started my stream, so it's not supposed to happen. Usually, I can in the YouTube feed, I can usually stream while he's talking, and then when he exits, we try to do it seamlessly. Otherwise, if he exits and then I start, sometimes people get booted out of the YouTube stream. Anyway, I'm here. I'm back. So I was talking about what was I talking about? Not the Maxar, something else. No, the Maxar looked good though. WKHS, that's what I was talking about. Continues, yes. So there's the high yesterday. Now they did a financing. Was it at 19? I thought yesterday. Thought that was the financing. It's too bad. I was hoping this LKCO would hold this area just over $1. And, later on in the day, we get a big volume pop out of it and maybe really starts to make it work again. Remember now, wow, look at WKHS now. I'll be clearing this at 1:30. We'll start afresh at 1:30 in this. If you haven't been in the room before, I will explain it all. Yeah, there's no educational videos on wow, WKHS on stock charting or trading. They're all basically related to using the software. No, it's okay. Don't apologize. I mean, hopefully you can gain some education just by being in the room. Not just from me, but a lot of the other traders, just trying to see what they're doing, how to read a chart. Well, I mean, this one it's got room. I mean, look where it came. What was down this morning? Down all the way down to 13.50. So there's about a $5 pop. Mr. Anderson, also very formal. You're right. Miles is right back up again. I mean, that's another. Look at that. I mean, that's a dollar move. $2 to $3 stock. Let's see. One day I'm going to take one of these that William. Short MICT 198. Thing is, I mean, I know that you get 4 cents or 5 cents, you're happy. That's about the only thing Vicky and I have in common. That's it. True enough. True enough. You're welcome. Still learning. All right, guys, I've got to do my video now, so let me just put the announcement in. All right, guys, so we'll see you at around, probably earlier than 1:30, but just in case, I'm going to put myself on mute now. right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, this is not a recommendation at all. I'm just telling you, I think I've mentioned this one in the past few days, thinking about taking this as a swing. I am in this one around 1650. Okay, I'm looking to swing this. This is FMCI. I have a pretty big stop on it, down to about 14 odd, 1460. So for me, a big stop. Anyway, it's about $1. And I'm just to let you know, this is one of these merger companies. But again, it's not a recommendation. I'm just going to tell you ahead of time. Meanwhile, UMA, let's see, what are you doing? UMA, yeah, it's nothing much. Just not having a lot of follow through in some of these. All right, so you notice here in the simulator, I allowed it to take it out automatically. The stop was, I had the stop at whatever it was, 3090. I'm sorry, 390. So it took me out of the trade automatically. It's just completely and utterly speculative, okay? They are that merger company. I think they're merging with some food company in Texas. I had to pick a spot, that's all. And I've been watching it for the last week or so. This is not a recommendation. I'm just telling you. And who knows? Maybe it'll do something like the shill, but this could be a multi-week hold. Yeah, I know Graph is in the same, call it sector. I'm only gonna do one. Well, it depends. I mean, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Tattooed chef, okay. But it's still. I mean, I guess it's still. As I look at the financials and all of that, so it's called Tattooed Chef. The only reason I'm telling you guys now is that, I'm not, as you probably know, I'm not one to say, oh, by the way, guys, I was swinging this at 1650 and now it's $30 and patting myself on the back. But this is not a recommendation, okay? I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding. Schnitzer, one of my favorite company names, Schnitzer Steel, on the way up. A little break here too. Actually, this is a earnings play, pre-market earnings play, guys. Didn't know that. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. I don't think it traded very much. Schnitzer. Ugly daily chart, ugly weekly chart, but you can see ultimately if it ever get over 1860. And MMLP, guys, MMLP, 32 million in the float. This has some room over 2. What was the high here? 2. So it's at 2. It has room to about 268, I guess, on that daily chart. Let's see if it can regain 2. Now this would be a beauty if we, well, if it rests here for a bit. This is going to be classically what I'd be looking for later on in the day. If it can kind of rest, and then all of a sudden we get more volume pouring into it, popping it up through 2, and maybe taking a run at this 270 level. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume that came in also. 1.9 million shares came in right there for the ATHE. UMA. UMA's on the move, guys. UMA's on the move, and there's sort of a red bar ignored right there for UMA. New lifetime high for UMA, OOMA. All right, so I'm going to stick an alert at about 202 for MMLP. Lots of volume, 10 times normal. The last one I talked about, UMA, OOMA, OOMA. It's an all-time high. No, not tattoo, Arsenault. If you're talking tattooed chef is not the same as tattoo. If that's what you meant in that question. All right, guys, why don't I do it now? I'm going to clear it right now. It's almost 1:30, so now we do the experiment again. We start at about 500, I guess, and then it fades as the day goes on. Well, UMA, so there was the alert for UMA here, 1769 at 55 count. Well, Kurt, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I'm sorry, Carl. I thought it was a T. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I mean, these are windows that I've got. These are scans that I've got. Can you hear me, Carl? Well, I mean, these are scans that I use, of course, and Trade Ideas is customizable. You know, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, what you like to see. You know, what I like. I happen to like stocks that are making new highs or new lows. You know, I don't mean just because they make a new high or new low, I hop into the trade. But I'm more of a momentum trader, so that's what I like to do. You may not like that. You know, you may want to, you may be more of a pullback trader in which you can, you know, create a scan that would be more like that, as an example. But what you're seeing here are just individual windows, which I've created, you know, just as an example, basic new highs and lows as an example. So here's how kind of easy you can do. So I'm looking at a price range between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 3, which means it's trading at least 3 times as much as normal. Minimum volume is 300,000 shares. The price is up at least 4% from the yesterday's close. And this count 60 means it's made at least 60 new highs. So if all these requirements are fulfilled, and a stock makes a new high or a new low, then I'll get a real-time alert. No, that's an example of a scan that I created. And of course, you know, the price range that you can create. I don't want to say virtually any scan, but I mean within reason. Just give you an idea. These are all the alerts and filters that you can use. I mean, I'm not going to go through them all, but I mean, there's lots and lots of filters and alerts that you can use in order to create your own scan. Now, I share a lot. You know, I've in the scans tab, I have a lot of scans that I put together that I share as an example. You know, strong stocks up, weak stocks down. You know, gap up, share. I mean, there's a lot of scans that I share. So you don't have to start from scratch. And then you can always take the scan and customize it more. Like I said here, this is the price range that I like, but you might want a different price range. You can always try it. Well, you can come. I mean, the room is free like this, so you can kind of watch to see how we use the program. And this is if you decided down the road you wanted to take out a subscription, there's a promo code. Not bad. I mean, it's still. I mean, this could. I mean, it's an all-time high for UMA. Uh, well, there are a lot of people who have dumped on I know. You know, I mean, I don't know if it's just because of a downgrade. I mean, there are short sellers who hate this company. You know, they got sidetracked here on that day. Obviously, not that long ago, last week, when the DoD, and I keep forgetting the exact figure. Was it 71 or 91 million dollars injection? And they got hammered there. But I mean, look, there's where it started, 1651. I mean, it's not that far away. Well, I don't know if there was an upgrade. I really don't know. Guys, look at the volume that came in here. I kind of missed this one. So there was the alert at 117. I mean, it may still be, but look at the volume that's coming into WRN. Now, if you look at it, so got up to 130 and probably some resistance in this area. So it doesn't have a lot of room. I mean, it can still pop through it, I guess, but and that's what we're going to start to see, hopefully a lot like that, where something kind of from consolidation and then a big volume surge moving the stock. We'd like to see it move more than just one 15-minute candle, but that's kind of all I'm waiting for now. Same on the MMLP, if it can get back up to this level of 2 and then see what if we got a volume bar like that, popping it through 2. This definitely has more room. But it just may not happen. Yeah, so the Dow is just barely over yesterday's close. NAS is still fairly strong. SPY is still up. But remember, tomorrow, the last trading day of the week. Friday's a market holiday. And the restoration at the home is over. No more. There's some background noise, but not like before. CTRN, guys, CTRN. Let's see, what sort of room does this have? 20 up to 24 on that weekly chart. It's just taking out yesterday's high now. Little bit of volume coming in, little bit, not extraordinary. It feels unbelievable, Calvin. 2 months. Well, again, what I said about SRNE, I mean, it may get going if it goes over 7, but just remember, last week's high was 722. So it could easily stall right there also for a while. Now, if it pops through that also, and then you've got something really to get excited about, because the high of a few weeks ago was 10. Haven't seen IDEX today. Yeah, I mean, nothing really happening. I mean, it's a huge amount of volume still. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, nothing. I really don't know what to say about IDEX. I mean, obviously it hit $4 before, but it's really pulled back badly. Well, William, I can't remember where you shorted, Mick. I thought it was up here though. And then maybe you reshorted it up here. But I can't remember. I think you shorted it here, right? But what a run it had after that. Yeah, the SPY is basically flattened out. This is not too exciting right now. I'm just going to wait for, see if we get anything in here. It's possible, but you know, I mean, look at where it was. I mean, in the pre-market, it got up to what, 230 or something. You know, it's a little bit of news. You know, virus play. But we've seen this many times now. You know, especially these littler ones. Virus play, market opens, fizzle. Now, the one that didn't do that, of course, this morning. But you had to. But look at the way it was trading. You know, it never really pulled back in the pre-market. You know, there's that QLGN, and then when the market opened, it just zoomed. After, at least it got from, you know, 640 all the way up to 7, so it did tack on $1. Looked like it, and it had a lot of room. I mean, it did have a lot of room that it could have kept going, but it finally stalled also. Whereas when you look at the T2, Look what it was doing. It peaked here and then it started falling in the pre-market. Whereas the other one, was almost at a high in the pre-market when the market opened. A big, big, big difference. Doesn't mean it's not going to rip later. It doesn't mean that. I mean, I would have loved to have seen it, hold this area, just maybe around 2, and then get some volume, in this window right there. But I just don't think it's going to happen. Meanwhile, I know it just continues its descent. Yeah, you need volume. You need to see volume. I mean, look at OptiNose. Remember this one, OPTN, at the very beginning? There it is in the pre-market. Market opens. I mean, this is almost an interesting short now. There's the 200-day. Well, there's the 200-day moving average for OPTN, just a little bit above it. What do I think of it? I think it's horrible right now. I think that it's been beaten up badly. This is a stock that was almost $34 yesterday or last week, and even earlier this week, 32. Unless some great news comes in or traders decide they want to take it. I mean, right now there's nothing that would get me to buy this now. Well, where's support? I mean, honestly, if you look at a daily chart, I mean, I guess you could say down here. 1340 right there. But if it took that out, yeah, I mean, look, remember this was the start of its big day at 1650 or so. The day of the announcement of the money that was coming in. I mean, to give all that up. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll get a reversal here for OPTN. Look at the volume that came in. There's that bottoming tail. Will that hold? Now, if you get a reversal, probably the best you can get out of it would be up to 735 or so. You look at that 5-minute chart. Looks like there's pretty good resistance right there. If this is a reversal based on that bottoming tail. It still has another 2 minutes to close. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this is very, very choppy. I mean, maybe, I mean, the volume is picking up. Obviously, the volume right there in that 5-minute, it's picking up. I mean, it's 162 million shares have traded. You know how extraordinary, I mean, that's about 25 times the float. To me, look where it got to. Basically, it got to these topping tails right there. So, I guess if somehow it can take out 350, then if you look left on that monthly chart, the next high is around 394.4. I mean, if it could ever get through that, then... But just look at all these topping tails, even, going back earlier on in the day, 1, 2, 3, 4... and now 5, kind of all stalling in the same area. So it really has to take it out. But the volume is really, really excellent. I mean, that's what's obviously popped it from 3 to almost 350. But you'd have to be guessing, pretty early that this was going to happen based on what was happening earlier. I traded that one early, as you recall, but all right. So this looks like a dead one. WRN. It would have to have been holding up here for me to get interested. So, all right, guys. Now listen. I mean, there's the Mayos is now making a new intraday high. Mayos just made a new intraday high. All right, guys. MMLP may be getting ready again. Let's see if we get some volume, like a big volume bar like that, popping it through too. I do like this one because look at the room it's got on that daily chart. There's really the next big resistance area is around 270, which is far, would be tremendous if we got close from $2. But not budging unless it takes that out. Look at the MYOS. So it stalled again. I mean, it's amazing, guys. I mean, look where it stalled. Look at these topping tails. I mean, it's not exactly to the penny, but very, very close. Sound is gone. Let's make sure it's not. Can you guys hear me? One person is saying the sound is gone. Okay, so it's on your end, Davey. Okay, I was going to say do a refresh. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to watch the Mayos. I mean, it may just. You know what we need? Okay, we had that volume right there. We need something like double that. Okay, double that to pop it right through. Leave that in its dust. At 360 level. so far, yeah, I mean, there's that really, look at the big bottoming tail on that one. So far, if you got in this, I mean, you know, you'd be looking at that 730 and then 740 if you did take it. Wow, I know. Just and at a consolidation too, a little bit of consolidation on the fives. I almost took this in the pre-market, guys. You have no idea. I almost took this in the pre-market as a short. I just didn't do it. Let's just for fun. Let's short. Just shorted 300 shares of Ino. I mean, this is just showing it in the simulator. I wouldn't do that. Obviously, I'm not going to be chasing something down like this, but just to show you. So I took a short. I went in at the market because it was a 2-cent spread, so no problem there. The other thing too is that in real life, it might have been difficult to get the short because it's down more than 10%. So the uptick rule would have been in effect. So I probably would not have been able to really take that short right exactly then. I mean, I don't know for sure, but all I wanted to do is just show you how you can do it. And let's put a stop right up here at 1967. So there you can see right on the chart, I've got a stop at 1967. So I put it there because that looked like an area that if it popped through, that would be the trade would be over. And now if I want, I can put a target. Let's put this and I'll put 18. I mean, I'm just making stuff up right now, but all right, so there we go. So right on the chart, you can see if I allow this to run automatically, this is in the simulator. If I allowed it to take me out at the stop of 1967, I'd lose 169. If I got down to 18 and it allowed it to work automatically, I'd make 331. Now, of course, I can always move these around. You know, if I want to move the stop down, usually as a trailing stop, I can. If it gets close to the target, of course, I can move the target around also. I'm just showing you how you can use the simulator. If you're new to trading, practice, 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 okay? This is using our real-time data. I'm going to try something here. I want to try something right here. Okay, so what I did was, so I put a conditional buy order at 359 for Mayos. Okay, that's how you can do it. Notice it's right there. So if it gets to 359, it'll take the trade. All right, guys, so this one just showed up. APTX. Wow, look at the room it has on the monthly, but it's probably got a lot of slogging to get through on the weekly. Looking left on the weekly, 527. Look at the volume it came in. AGTC is not an AI, is not a Holly alert. Okay, guys, so you see what it did? It took the trade. So it just took that trade. You know, I just wanted to demonstrate how that works, how you could put a conditional buy order. You can buy in the chart if you use IB, yep. And there it goes, guys. I just took that, okay. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you could have done just what I did for your real account. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, you can't do it. So even the Maya showing up here at 364, let's see how well it works from 364. Now the reason why it, because it had to make a new high, and that was a new high. Now you can also use that buy button. You have to set up a strategy, your own strategy, and if you wanted to do that, I'm going to encourage you to watch the video. MYOS guys, rippage now. And that how you could set up your own strategy. Then you basically designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to use the buy button on the chart. And your strategy then will have a stop in place. It'll take the exact number of shares you want based on the stop, things like that. I don't go into that anymore because I want you guys to watch that video. Everything is in there. So meanwhile, the INO is sort of popping a little bit here. And again, as a demo, I have the stop at 1967. But at this point, if I think, you know what, I don't like the trade anymore, I can always just take that stop and move it right to the price or so. Well, okay, so it's actually fallen a little bit, so maybe I'll keep it back up there. But you see what I was doing? I could drop it right to the price it's at and it would take me out of the trade. So if I don't like the way it's trading, I don't have to wait for the stop. Just waiting to see if this one can really break through five, guys. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume on the 5-minute chart. Look at the volume on that 15-minute chart. And that is for the that's for the APTX. Another high flyer in the pre-market, OPK, just, market opens and gives it up. It's funny, I was looking at DFIN also as a short on the top earlier. So what did the SPY do? I didn't even put it up. Let's put a 1 minute, where is this 5 minute? Yeah, I really did nothing. This is the Fed meeting or something. I think it's... Listen, anything is possible. It's been basing quite a bit here. It won't show up in here because for it to show up in here, it's going to have to take out the high of the day, which is, not likely. But I mean, listen, if you have this thumbnailed and kind of watch it, I mean, it's basing at 5. If you get a big volume, if you do get some volume, that means traders are into it again for a while. But it will not show up in here. Because I don't think it's going to take out that high of 750 anytime soon. Again, ideally from these two windows, ideally it would be something not quite like this because it had the dip. But something that's been kind of resting for a while, near the high of the day, resting. And then the big pop through on volume. That is really what I'm looking for. And now look at it. Look how whippy this is. This is a real messy trader, guys. All these topping tails, bottoming tails. Now, one of the things is that you have a maximum P&L up and running. Should never let, if you're up $76, you should never, whoa, look at the short now. I know, just reversed. But you should never let something you're up 76 turn into an $82 loss if you're going to get out of the trade. That's why I like to have that max P&L. Boy, I know is really giving it up after that little bit of a pull up there. The max P&L is, if you're still in the trade, it's telling you if you were able to get out exactly at the penny with the highest. So in other words, there's Mayas, okay? So if I were able to, I was in that trade at what, 360? If I were able to take that trade out right at the very high of 386, that would have been the maximum profit and loss I would have had, the maximum profit I would have had, okay? But I've allowed that now in the simulator. You wouldn't do this, hopefully, if you're practicing trading. You wouldn't allow something, it's reasonable to turn into now a big loss. There's a $150 swing there, $160 swing. You'd have to be watching and saying, okay, either A, take some out, or if it gets back to where you bought it, exit. Obviously, I'm just, showing you guys how to use this. Same thing with the INO now. I mean, you're at the max you could have made was 154. Now you're up 97 on that short. Just a messy trader though, MIOS. So let me just flatten out. I'm just going to flatten out just to show you. Now I got out of the trade. The other thing is the distance from the exit price. You can also tell how well you did when you did finally exit the trade, as an example. Okay? So right now, what that's telling me, 5 cents right there, it's telling me that since I exited the trade, it moved, it moved we're now 8 cents above where I exited. What I really want to see, I mean, if you're doing, if you want to be perfect, you want to see a big negative number, because that would mean that, let's just say for argument's sake, I exited a trade at $1 and now it's at 50 cents. So obviously that exit at $1 would be awesome. That would say minus 50. But if I exit at $1 and now it's at $1.50, that would say plus 50. Not so good. If you're keeping track, how well are you exiting trades? Are you getting, there's no way you're going to maximize right to the penny. You just have to do the other way. Yeah, I guess, Calvin. Yeah, you're right. But if you're short, then you kind of know. Yeah, because it's showing me minus and it should be, yeah. Anyway, just two ways you can keep track. Yeah, I would almost forget the smart stop. I'll be honest with you. The smart stop, somebody asks, how is the smart stop calculated? You'll see a lot of times it just says 25 cents. We have to get, I keep saying that. I'll keep saying it until finally we have something that's a little more, I'll call it scientific. It's a guide, that's all it is. In the old days, we used to say, well, it's the volatility of the stock, the high and the low of the stock. Throw that into the computer and it would generate a smart stop. But I don't even look at it anymore, to be honest. Hey, Goods, how are you? Perfecto. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, airline's back just because of that green bar. All right, guys. Boy, that's still WKHS. I mean, it's very whippy. There may be a red bar ignored. Maybe. Yeah, it's over 5 now. The volume, good volume on that 15-minute chart. That's what got it going. Let's see if it's in hold 5. The next high looking left is about 525. You can see, I mean, if it can take out all of this, look left. That is a massive gap. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but so this is one of these potentially big trend reversal plays. Yeah, so this is telling me, so yeah, the minus 15, it is 15 cents. So this is not the good one. It should say plus because this was a short. But you know it's a short, so do the math, I guess. Not that big a deal. Very whippy, guys. Look at that topping tail, WKHS. To me, it's a tough trader. If you're going to, it's a pretty wide stop, fewer shares. Well, we're not talking about marrying these. As somebody said they wouldn't short INO. It may be, but right now, the short is the play. Right now. We're not talking about necessarily holding this, but you can't deny the fact that right now the short is the play for INO. Yeah, see, I'm not going to tell you that, Cami, because I don't want to steer anybody wrong. I cannot say take it here. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm watching this. I want to see how well it holds 5. The only worrying thing I have is that 525 right there. I don't know. I mean, nobody knows anything for sure, but I don't know how much that's going to impede it. I wish it weren't. I wish that weren't there. It's just not as clean as I'd like it. Depends on what you mean by a scalp play. What do you mean by a scalp play? You can do anything. I mean, you don't have my watch list. I mean, you can you you get in at a certain price and you want to get out 5 cents away. I mean, you can do it. So I don't know what you mean by setting it up for a scalp play. Anything triggering in the list. Yeah, so I don't know what you mean exactly. Your idea of a scalp may be different from my idea. All right, guys, WKHS again on the move here. Okay, guys, again, you're on your own. I mean, he's going to be very whippy on the WKHS. Look how rapidly it's trading. Of course, with 84 million shares, yes. Look how rapidly it's trading. Jeez, I mean, that's just a. Well, I don't have that in the single stock window, but the stock quits. You know what? All you have to do is if you right click and configure, all right, a lot of these definitions are here. So if you do a search, stock twits, okay, relative activity. So right there, and then you click on that and click on help, and you'll get the exact definition. You know, it's looking at stock twits. And just as for argument's sake, let's say normally it gets 100 mentions a day. If you put 200 in the min, 200% in the min, that means that stock would have to get 200 mentions a day. Okay? But most of the definitions, all you have to do is just type them in, and then you get it right there in the help. Okay? Did you understand that? Well, there's your answer about QLGN, by the way. Look at this. I mean, this was just look, guys. I mean, I like to make comments like this, but I guess I will. I mean, this was just a real fluffy press release. You know, put COVID in the press release and let it run. I mean, I don't. That's all traders are seeing in the pre-market. Holly doesn't work like that, Marky. Okay, it doesn't work like that. All right, you're missing the point about the way the AI is. That's like saying, can my basic new highs find a stock? Okay, if the filters are met, you know, the price range and the volume and all those things are met, and the stock makes a new high, and that stock happened to, you know, be that, or the event was the event happened, then it'll show it. Okay, but WKHS, these are the strategies that made the cut today, you know, and for whatever reason, WKHS, the filters were not met in these ones. So it's not a matter of will it find it. It doesn't look at individual stocks. It's an event that has to happen. A little bit of a rally. I mean, you know, I'd like to see, again, you're going to be in this one. That's the area right there. If it takes that out, it could be awesome. It's a big if, though. Meanwhile, UMA is doing very nicely. There's from my watch list 1755, and from here at 1769 and 1779. So somebody asked about fuel cell. Well, I don't see anything about fuel cell that looks that great right now. So the red line, you mean the dotted line? That's where, again, the system calculated a smart stop. The blue line is just a price alert that I put in. So, I mean, so I can right click, create price alert, done. You know, there's another blue line right up there. Okay, that's just a price alert. You go to the chart, wherever you want to set the price alert, you just right click and then create the price alert. Okay. If the price happened to hit that blue line would turn green. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber and you're not using our price alerts, I think you're doing a disservice. You should be taking advantage of how easy it is to set price alerts. All right, so far the APTX is. I just think it just wasn't nice enough for me. I thought I hate seeing a topping tail so close. Now it may just be resting. Okay, Marky, I don't know if you're hearing me or you're just trying to dig at me. AGTC is not a Holly alert. Okay? You asked me that before. It's not a Holly alert. AGTC is not. Unless it's somewhere that I'm not seeing. Yes, I see that. Okay, now. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm in it. Let's see if this works. I'm in average of 205 for the MMLP. Let's see if this. See how much this has way more room. See, when I say more room, I mean look. Look left on this one. I don't know. I mean, it's got a. It's not a super low float. All right, guys, I've taken some out at 216 from 205. Are you talking about the other webinars, Vicky? Trade ideas strategy sessions. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys. So that's yeah. I wouldn't even. Look, older links. It's probably not even relevant. Jim Cramer. Why do you say that? Oh, the cash register. I am a Canadian, yes. Okay, guys, so this might have been short-lived. I've sold some more. Did I see the note? Maybe not. I don't know how to see it again. Surprised I didn't see it. Was that the Etsy note? Somebody I saw somebody with an Etsy note. Was that you? You know what? Real, something's going on. I heard the beep, but I don't see the note. I heard the beep that a note was sent, but I do not see the note. Usually there's a pop-up and I see it immediately. I just don't see it. Okay. I probably have to reboot or something, the platform. Yeah, that's weird. I hear it. I hear the little beep, but I don't see the note. All right, guys, let's see if the MLP can hold on now. Here's a nice bottoming tail. I have a little bit left, but not much. Okay, so this one, KMDA, where did it show up here? 903 and 903, okay, so KMDA. Has some room up to 10. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's a low float, 28 million in the float. So you can see the difference here. So there's the APTX. It alerted in this window here at $4.93 and this one at 5.11 because again, this window, it needs a minimum of 60, this one a minimum of 30. So it showed up here. I probably wouldn't have taken this trade anyway until it broke 5 anyway. Man, look at Ino. Oh my goodness. So at one point, yeah, this was all the way down here, and then a nice pop for Ino. I don't know, Todd. I don't know. I see the question now. I thought you meant it was. I thought I didn't look at the chart. I thought it was continuing to move down. Wow. I know the answer to that. Maybe just traders having enough, saying, you know what, we're stepping in. And, a few traders start to step in. And it just, But well, my guess is that he's never had E-Trade. Number one, he may have had E-Trade, but I mean, I think he's at TOS for a long time, so he could use any broker he wants, and there we go. So take that, E-Traders. So there was the alert here for WSC at 1298, because at 38 alerts here at 60, 1315, a little bit later. No, only if you're are you okay, Macarand? Are you talking about? I'm talking in the Macarand. Sorry, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus. This only works with Interactive Brokers. You can use any broker you want with trade ideas, okay? I think people get a little confused thinking when I say you need an Interactive Brokers account to use this Brokerage Plus window. But you don't have to use Brokerage Plus at all to trade. So for instance, if you have the AI and you get an alert, so you look at the alert and you can either type the symbol into TD Ameritrade. Yeah, but you can, if you get the alert, so if you're talking about auto trading or anything like that, you need an Interactive Brokers account, if that's what you're talking about. But it's not, you don't have to auto trade. But if you are talking about auto trading, anything, either the AI or your strategies, you do need an Interactive Brokers account. Does that make sense? Well, it was okay. I mean, I would have really liked to have had it get into the 230s. So on a quick trade, it was okay. Yeah, again, just as a general statement, okay, and this is not directed to you, Macaran, just as a general statement, please don't get confused. People seem to think, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, I can't use trade ideas. All right? Trade Ideas is a standalone scanning platform that you can use it with any broker. You get an alert. At the worst, if you get an alert, you have to type the symbol in. Okay? That's at the worst. At the second best, you can set up a link to your brokerage platform so that when you click on a symbol, it will load automatically into your brokerage platform so you don't have to type the symbol in. And at best, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window to actually trade that account. Okay? Oh, I see. You were short. Okay. Probably Macaran. I don't know if it's going to be 25%. My guess it will be. I'll know tomorrow. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to be shutting this room down at around 3 o'clock, so You too, Thomas. That is quite the move, yeah, for I know guys. I have to admit, that is quite the move. From 18 to 20. No, I appreciate that, Todd. So when you say, can you connect it, is there a link? Yes. To eSignal? So you can establish, so you're talking about the external link so that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your eSignal platform. Is that what you mean? So that you don't have to type the symbol in? Is that what you mean? Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, Femi? Oh, you're welcome. Is that what you mean, Femi? When you say, can I connect the desktop to eSignal? Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, you can establish the link, yes. It's using our external. Now, how you do it specifically, I'm not 100% sure. A lot of times establishing a link is a bit of trial and error, but it starts off from our tool. Now, this is only for the app, okay? Yeah, for the desktop application. You cannot do any external linking with the web. So you start off with the tools, external linking. Then you just click on add a link. Now, most of the time, all you have to do is, follow these instructions. As it says, while keeping this window active, you basically just go into your order entry and then press down on the shift key. And normally that's all it takes to establish a link. Sometimes you need a rule, what we call a rule. Let me just for fun see if eSignal is in here. So there's eSignal. So you might want to try that rule with eSignal. Okay, so when you establish that link and then go to the rules section and then pick eSignal and then say okay, and that probably will establish the link. Again, establishing the link is just a time saver. You don't have to keep typing a symbol in over and over into the order entry all day long. Okay, Mark, is that? And if that doesn't work for some reason, our linking expert is ready to take your question. And he might have a different script or something. You go to the home page and start a live chat and just basically say, how do I link Trade Ideas and eSignal? But you can try it just what I did, all right? Ah, good. I'm glad you were able to do it. Nothing earth-shattering yet from these two windows. Now, it's always possible something like I'll be shutting the room down at 3, but if you got them, keep watching. Sometimes, you know, between 3 and 315, we get some little gem that has all sorts of volume and scoots up really quickly in a short period of time. Play, I thought earlier in the day that might have been an interesting one. Nah, it's just doing nothing. Chop, 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 chop. You see what I mean? Like up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, listen, it may break out from here, but for me, it's just uninteresting. You know, I was looking at this one early, see if it could take probably this area out right here. Kind of, but you know, it was looking like the airlines and the cruisers and all these other ones that had been beaten up, like the plays and SES. Let's see what SASCs did. Yeah, the same thing. I mean, just never really did anything. Yeah, I'm sure the hotels, the casinos, my guess, they were all kind of ripping higher at the beginning of the day. Look at this. Yeah, they were all ripping higher at the beginning of the day. Market opens, reality sets in. The only one from my any of these that is really performed without too much stress is UMA. When I say that, I mean there was a little pullback there, but not too bad. Not too bad on the 15s. Oh, you're very welcome. May I use you as a testimonial? You don't have to give your real name or anything, but you don't have to. I'm not trying to. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, sure, thanks. Okay. We do. We have, if you right click on the charts, right click, time frame, we go 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. Those are your selections. So the answer to your question is yes. Well, guys, let's see. It's 2:56. I'll be wrapping this up pretty soon. Go and celebrate Canada Day. Remember, the market is open tomorrow, but closed on Friday for the U.S. 4th of July, which of course is on Saturday, but the market will be closed on the Friday. All right, here's a late bloomer right now. Grid Dynamics. Look at the volume that came in. A little extended though. See, I would like to see. I would like to see more of a rest, and then this, kind of chasing it. And there's a lot of resistance around 850, which is okay. But you're kind of in chase mode. You see the difference? I mean, even if it were just maybe 3 or 2 15-minute candles and then the pop, but we're kind of in chase mode on this. Am I swinging VNet? Me? Why would I be swinging VNet? You mean from way before? No. I wish I were. But I'm not. Sun W, that was early on. Yeah, again, I don't know. There's the 200-day moving average right above it still, 115 is at 107. I know it popped through it early, but it didn't last that long. Well, just remember. Just remember, Rob, the 200-day moving average is there, so I don't know. It's up to you, but I'd probably let it clear. See if it can clear that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Thanks a lot for all the help, and we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9. Bye-bye.